Rising.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you for the flexibility as we're logging in with technology. So thank you and welcome. I want to call this meeting to order, and and it's 6:06. And thank you. This is the meeting I call this meeting to order at 6:06, and it's a public meeting of the City of Soledad Joint City Council, Successor Agency Housing Authority, and Successor Housing Agency regular meeting of Wednesday, March the 4th of 2026. So thank you everyone that is joining us here today, those that are joining us via Zoom, and those that are joining us also through our city's YouTube channel. As we always say, your participation is really important and it's part of the critical component of our civic engagement. So thank you so much for those that are joining us here. And it's nice to see that we have some people here in our chamber, and it's nice to see that we have almost a full chamber here. So it's nice. So just a couple of reminders before we get started is the public has different options to participate today. So we do have for public comments, it's really important to make sure that we hear from you. So you are able to participate today. You can join us using the meeting ID that it's located on the agenda. But for today, that meeting ID is 851-6050-4311. You can also join us by a telephone. That number is 1-669-900-6833, and that number is the same. You can also join us. The meeting is also being streamed on our YouTube channel. But comments, just so you know, comments that are made here will not be part of the public record. And if you do want to make a comment, you do need to make sure that you either join us via Zoom or that you call in to make sure that your comments are part of the public record for tonight's meeting. And as always, we do have a Spanish translator available for today's meeting. So with that, I will turn it over to the city clerk. So if we can have roll call, please.
Ana Velasquez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fernando Gonzalez Sanchez.
He is at a, yeah, sorry, and he's at a meeting, so I know he mentioned he'll be a little bit late because he is at a meeting for work.
Councilmember Fernando Cabrera.
Here.
Councilmember Teresa Bonolo.
Here.
Councilmember Ben Caldera.
Here.
Okay, so with that, we will move to our next item of business, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. And if we can have people stand and join us in our Pledge of Allegiance. And if I can have Tony Beretta, if you can please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you very much. Let me have your heart, please. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Okay, we'll move on to our next item of business. Do we have any additions or modifications to the agenda?
Yes, I do, Mayor. Since Mr. Tony Berrueta is here, I would recommend he's here for the American Red Cross item that maybe we can also take a moment to recognize him as an outstanding veteran volunteer. So I'm recommending that. And then we do have a couple of modifications to the agenda on item on the consent calendar item. I believe it's C11. Yes, C11. I just wanted to note that the title is incorrect. This is increasing the consultant agreement by 30,000. The not to exceed total is correct, which is 80,000. So we did make a correction to the staff report. The resolution is actually correct. It was the staff report and the amendment that were incorrect. So those corrections are here for you on the dais. And then Also, I wanted to mention our last business item 4 on the legislative platform. In the staff report, it references that the platform is largely the same as it was in previous years, but we made some additions highlighted in yellow. And when this was printed, I think there was a technical glitch that eliminated the highlight. So on the dais it's the same legislative platform. It hasn't changed, but just to call your attention to the areas that were changed, they're highlighted in yellow. So when you have that discussion, you can clearly see that information. So that's it.
Thank you for those changes. So then with that, we will move on then to our next item of business, which is public comment. So at this time, any member of the public may address the city council on items not appearing on the agenda and items of interest to the public that are within the jurisdiction of the council. The speakers will have a limited time of 3 minutes. Please be brief and to the point. And just as a reminder for the public on comments, please, for those that are on Zoom, please make sure you use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen so we can recognize you. And please be brief and to the point. And we ask both for the public and the council also to maintain decorum during the public comment portion of the public comment section. And please refrain from making any personal attacks or derogatory comments. And when the speaker has the floor, please do not interrupt and allow them to finish speaking. Please do not respond or proceed to speak unless you have been recognized by the chair. So we want to make sure that everybody has the ample time to make sure that they make their public comments without any interruptions. So at this time, I will open it up for any public comments for those that are here in our chambers, and then I will take it out to those that are in our joining us via Zoom. So anyone would like to make public comments that are here in our chambers? Okay, seeing none, then I will take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Anyone that is joining us via Zoom would like to make any public comments? Okay, and I see no hands raised at this time, so I will close the public comment period at this time. Then we will move on then to our next item of business. And at this time, we will move on to our Youth Council report. So at this time, I will welcome our Youth Council to come up to the podium and provide our update on their street safety initiative.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. It's nice to see you all again. I am Giovanni Bravo, one of the youth commissioners for the Soledad Youth Council. I am alongside my peers.
Marilyn Ramirez and Cynthia Guerra.
At the start of this program year, the Soledad Youth Council identified pedestrian and street safety as a concern for our community, especially for youth. Many of us walk to school, our local parks, and to other areas in our local community, where we've seen firsthand the challenges posed by faded crosswalks, unclear right-of-way markings, limited signage, and driver inattention. In response, we adopted Safer Streets, Safer Futures as our primary initiative. After weeks of research, reviewing safe routes to school and Vision Zero, and explored improvements such as high visibility crosswalks, enhanced lighting, and crossing beacons, we finally gathered the necessary information to present our findings.
We held a presentation with Public Works staff and the TAMSI organization on February 10th to present our initiative of street safety. We gathered a lot of great information and gained a better understanding of the implementation processes and partnership opportunities. As this partnership continues to grow, we plan to collaborate with TAMSI on submitting a grant application they have in the works to support our efforts as well as theirs. A great outcome of this meeting was the responsibility of beautification efforts for our future youth councils to implement after our street safety refurbishments are completed. Furthermore, TAMSI will be providing us with temporary paint that will be used to create sidewalk art to promote our street safety initiative in an artistic and creative way to our community. Our Sidewalk Art Day is scheduled to be on March 28th. These conversations led to some great opportunities and showed us that youth voices can meaningfully contribute to real infrastructure discussions.
Safer Streets, Safer Futures is not a one-time presentation. It will be an ongoing collaboration between the Youth Council, city staff, and regional partners. We appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with Public Works and TAMC and look forward to continuing this work to help make Soledad streets safer for everyone. In addition, we are currently working with neighboring youth councils in Greenfield and Gonzales to plan a Youth Council Summit on May 2nd, 2026, where we hope to build an engaging and informative event for surrounding area youth to be better prepared for life after high school. We appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with them and look forward to seeing this event happen. We are excited about the next few months and about seeing all our projects come to life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for that report. So I just wanna, the March 28th, is it March 28th on the sidewalk art?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's the last Saturday of March.
Oh, nice. So that's a collaboration with TAMC?
Yes.
So you guys will be doing, can you just elaborate a little bit more on that? I apologize. That's pretty exciting and I'm super excited because I know we shared the work that you guys were doing as part of the safety initiative. So really excited that that's coming to fruition.
So in 2021, TAMC also collaborated with the school district to do like sidewalk paintings
Mhm.
in certain areas of Soledad using like stencils and preschool paint, which will wash off really quickly.
Yes.
And we're hoping to do the same thing on March 28th, but in front of San Vicente Elementary School to kind of promote our street safety initiative. We are planning on doing either like fun interactive sidewalk paintings like hopscotch or just things that are appealing to children and our community while also promoting street safety.
Awesome. Well, thank you. That's exciting. And then you guys are still working with TAMZ on a grant opportunity, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
But
Great.
they will be supplying us with the paint, like the preschool paint, and it washes off really quickly.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much for all the work that you guys are doing. It's pretty exciting to hear that you guys are continuing with that initiative. So let me open it up to the council to see if there's any questions that they have for you. And I'm just gonna open it up to see if there's any questions.
So, you said San Vicente School at what time?
It's
The 28th?
We're still to be decided on that day, but it's most approximately from like 10:30 onward until early afternoon before the wind starts picking up.
Okay. And then I know that you had mentioned the youth summit in May 2nd. You guys haven't decided what location yet, right? For the youth summit?
Have decided on that.
Okay.
It will be at the Gonzales Community Center or the new building that they just established.
Yes. Okay. And that's gonna be all day, right?
We're
It's-
actually planning to create a half day to better suit our students as in prior years, the recommendations were to have a half day. So we're trying to incorporate that and see how that will look as a itinerary and as the workshops.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. And I know it's part of our strategic plan, safety, prioritizing safety and open to the community and streets. So thank you guys for bringing that together.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you so much. And if there's no additional questions,
Did you say May 2nd this year or next year?
This year.
This year.
This year, yeah,
May
I thought I heard 7.
Oh no.
No, okay, it's me, not you.
It's okay.
Thank you. That's it.
okay. Well, thank you so much.
I don't know if Councilmember.
Councilmember Calder.
Yes, thank you for your work. All the work you guys have put in to this project, I believe is it's gonna pay off at the end. One quick question for you, where it says right here, safe routes to school. Have you included the possibility of unsafe like these scooters and electric bikes and that kind of thing where they're just zooming by real quick? I'm not sure if you guys are out there either early in the morning or at night when the visibility is not as good. I mean, have you guys considered that inputting that or including that into the report?
We are further analyzing that within the statistics. We have yet to receive from TAMSI regarding the most latest documents on that. So when we receive word of that, we will include it for sure within that.
Yes, and I don't mean to be a party pooper or anything like that, because I love when the kids are out there, but you know, the visibility of them and then no helmets, no lights, no reflectors or anything like that, it could be something dangerous for them.
We're also working with TAMC's other like small initiative, which is the Vision Zero
Mhm.
program, which tries to eliminate the amount of casualties involving like pedestrians and bicycles, like to zero.
Mhm.
So we're working closely with them to also consider scooters and bicycles into our
Wow.
research.
Yes, well, also the outreach committee is conducting videos and they are targeting the videos to the pedestrians, such as the people on the scooters. So we hope that that will help them better understand the safety regulations and the unsafety between these decisions.
Yeah, and that was my other point, you know, maybe some kind of education to
Mhm.
provide for the kids out there. Thank you so much for your work. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you. And I know part of what the executive committee, so I sit on the TAMSI board, and part of what we had discussed, and I didn't go to the last meeting, I wasn't here, but there was supposed to be agendized where we put it for discussion to be able to provide funding to all of the youth councils for and those are cities that don't have youth councils, that they would work with the other, if they had any other potential youth that were within their communities, to be able to provide funding to ensure that they had like some of the social media, to be able to create social media content for awareness and education, given what you guys were already doing, to be able to provide you with funding to be able to do that. So that should be coming. So hopefully, if it hasn't been approved, it is something that's supposed to be coming, so you guys could do more of that social media awareness. As Councilmember Caldera said, you know, it's important to be able to raise more awareness, and there was an understanding that your message resonates better than the adult messaging, so you guys can relate more to the teenagers. So that was part of what it was discussed at the board.
Yeah.
So it should be
Thank you.
forthcoming.
If
Yeah.
there is like a way that we could keep in contact to kind of solidify this information, just so we have it, you know, like written down, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to our next item of business, which is council presentations. We have two formal presentations, and we'll begin with proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad honoring American Red Cross for the month of 2026. And I'll turn that over to Councilwoman Buñuelos. Oh. So right behind you. And then I'll have this. She's this one. Yeah.
So a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad honoring American Red Cross Month 2026. In March, we celebrate American Red Cross Month by honoring our neighbors who make its humanitarian mission possible in Soledad. Every day, their acts of kindness change lives, bringing relief, comfort, and hope when help can't wait. This compassionate spirit runs deep in our community, just as it has for 145 years through the American Red Cross. The contributions of local Red Cross volunteers, 181 in the county, give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours. Last year in Monterey County, volunteers helped 49 families affected by 30 home fires by addressing their urgent needs like food and lodging, as well as providing recovery support. In addition, they installed 682 smoke alarms, collected 2,141 blood donations, provided first aid and CPR training for 2,423 residents, and assisted 112 families of our armed forces. This collective efforts are a powerful reminder that the strength of our community lies in our shared commitment to one another. As we mark Red Cross Month, let's celebrate our local heroes and resolve to continue lifting each other up so no one faces an emergency alone. Now, Ana Velasquez, Mayor of Soledad, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the laws of Soledad and California, do hereby proclaim March 2026 as Red Cross Month. I encourage all citizens of Soledad to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. I want to say thank you to American Red Cross.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members, and fellow board members, it is an honor to be here today as Red Cross members. And it is something that you hear the term 24/7 and Red Cross is there. You hear there's many traumatic events that happen, fires and so forth. We're there to face families that are displaced, fire alarms, get the fire alarms put in, as well as, any other events, flooding and earthquakes there. We're there to help them as well. Service to armed forces is very important. That's where I come into play. And I will share a personal story because when I was in the military, I was in special operations in Thailand, and my mother grew really ill. She had a stroke, and the Red Cross reached out and was able to get me home to my mother's bedside. And I was able to do that. So I have a special place in my heart to Red Cross. So I say that. So for all the volunteers, on behalf of us and them, we are honored to be partnered with Soledad and Red Cross every year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And also.
I was given instructions to get photos, so I don't get beat.
We're gonna get some photos.
Okay.
So don't leave.
Okay.
And then really quick, since we wanted to give you this recognition for Tony for the outstanding veteran volunteer from our last, but due to your illness, we wanted to make sure we give this to you as well for your outstanding service and thousands of hours working enthusiastically for the past 15 years as a Monterey County Veteran Day Parade organizer, fundraiser, and master of ceremonies. In addition to your countless hours of other community services on behalf of our veterans throughout Monterey County. Just want to say thank you for being the outstanding veteran volunteer.
Thank you. I say this on behalf of my fellow veterans that I stand on the shoulders of giants that the veterans we have here in Monterey County that are here and have passed. They talk about military being service. It is service because once you're out of your booth, you're still serving your country. And I think it's important that we continue to serve and honor those who have served. And being part of the Monterey County Veterans Committee, as you are, council member, I appreciate that. It's always important to understand that sacrifice that they made. Monterey County, especially here in Soledad, has a rich, rich history of veterans history and military history. And I think we should continue to always honor that. And it's always just for me to keep going and doing that every single year. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And so what we'll do after we have one more presentation, and then we'll take some photos. Okay. So now we have a special proclamation as well. So we have a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming March as Women's History Month and honoring Marta Pantoja. So I will ask if Marta wants to come up to the podium with us as well. Let me just get my notes here. Don't be shy. Hold on. Oh, well, let me read this. So whereas women of every race, ethnicity, and background have made invaluable contributions of the history, culture, and achievements of our nation and the world. And whereas Women's History Month serves as a time to recognize and celebrate the groundbreaking accomplishments of women in every field, including science, education, business, medicine, the arts, government, social justice. And whereas despite historical challenges and barriers, women have demonstrated resilience, courage, and leadership, shaping the course of history and paving the way for future generations. And whereas it's essential to continue striving for gender equity and to ensure that every woman and girl has opportunity to achieve her full potential. And whereas the City of Soledad has several incredible community members who enrich our community through their work and talents, such as Marta Pantoja. And whereas Marta Pantoja was born in Soledad, community member who enriched our community through their work and talents, such such as Marta Pantoja, and whereas Marta Pantoja, whereas Marta Pantoja was born in Soledad, attended kindergarten at San Vicente Elementary School, graduated from California State University, Sacramento, before returning to Soledad to begin her career in education. And whereas Marta Pantoja has worked at Soledad High School in various roles since 2004, including Gear Up, counselor at the high school, Club Aztec advisor, career technical education coordinator, and even volunteered as a catechism instructor at Our Lady of Soledad from 2007 to 2025 before focusing on supporting her parish in Greenfield at Holy Trinity Church. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Soledad does here proclaim the month of March as Women's History Month in the City of Soledad and honors Marta Pantoja for her contributions in the field of education. We encourage all Soledad residents to join in observance of recognizing and uplifting the achievements of women advocating for equality and nurturing the next generation. And we congratulate you, Marta, for everything that you've done for our community for the last 20-some years and for our students also at Soledad High School. So congratulations.
Thank you so much for this honor. Like I said, I was not expecting it, but I'm very grateful. Like I said, I've been very honored and humble, I guess, to have this opportunity, like I said, for Soledad to embrace me, like I said, embrace me in the community. I feel like Soledad is my home, even though I reside in Greenfield. Like I said, I've been able to make good connections and be able to use, I guess, the abilities that God gave me, to support our youth. Like I said, I guess my heart is with the youth, and I've enjoyed working at the school district and helping students with, I guess, dreaming, and not just dreaming, but, taking it to action, and definitely like being able to be very prepared for college and career after high school, and then here at the Catholic parish to help them grow and spiritually. So thank you so much I feel very honored to be embraced by this beautiful community.
Thank you, Marta. And then before, I know we have some special guests here as well to join in this celebration with us, but I also want to make sure that I do share that part of your contributions as well is through your leadership and your efforts. You led the school and the district to receive the prestigious 2025 California School Board Association's Golden Bell Award for their career technical education pathway program, to be recognized statewide for their leadership and innovation, uplifting the CTE program as a model of excellence in the pathways to prepare students for college career through life hands-on learning, internships, dual enrollment with Hartnell College and Monterey Peninsula College, and the careers of agriculture, health science, education, culinary arts, and naval science. So thank you so much for that leadership. Thank you. So thank you. And I hear there's probably more to come. So I will ask, I know we have the school board president here, we have a school board member, and we have the superintendent here. So I don't know if they want to say a few words. We welcome them to the podium.
Well, I think a lot of it's been said, but Marta is truly amazing. She's I don't say force of nature, but she's a force of vision, force of aspiration. And if you come onto campus and walk our career-oriented classrooms, you'll be amazed to see what is there. And we have amazing teachers, but they're equipped with what they need to provide that connection for our students. I would invite you to stop by and visit. And all that's based upon her work. And it's certainly human work and connecting work, but behind the scenes, she writes grants, seeks out resources, and brings so many things to the district that enable us to provide an enhanced program for a school that size. To have, I think, 11 pathways in a school that size, so those students have an opportunity to see the relevance of their academic learning, post high school, whether it's college and or career. I truly appreciate the council recognizing Ms. Pantoja. Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Martha. And I just want to share one more comment, and I'll say this on a personal note. I know Ms. Pantoja, you know, when my son was in high school, when she was a counselor many, many years ago, and we had some challenges while he was in high school, and she was very compassionate, really helped us through a lot of the different challenges as our, you know, kids are going and navigating through high school and at that time. So I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for just your compassion and your patience and your love for the students, your love and your kindness for our kids. So just for my family, thank you so much. So yeah. So with that, we're gonna pause for a bit to be able to take some photos and be able to provide the recognitions. Thank you. That's for Genesis.
Right, brother. Oh.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for allowing us the flexibility to be able to take some photos with our special guests for today. So we'll move on just to the other two council presentations, the proclamations that we have. I'm just gonna read them as these will be published on the City of Soledad's website. So we do have two other proclamations, and we have a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming March as National Nutrition Month, and a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming March 15th through the 21st as National Agriculture Week. And both of those proclamations will be on the City of Soledad's website. So if you would like to look at those proclamations, they will be on there. So with that, we will move on to our consent calendar. So at this time, we have our consent calendar. And we, do any members of the council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar for discussion or, well, let me go to the public first. Any members of the public wish to pull any items from the consent calendar for discussion or comment? Seeing none here in our chambers, any members, from our public that are joining us virtually would like to pull any items from the consent calendar?
Diego, say no.
Say no? Nope, I'm not seeing any either. Okay, so then I will bring it back to the council. Any members of the council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar for comments or discussion? And today we have items C1 to C12. Okay, seeing none from the council, then if there's no items to pull from the consent calendar, then I will entertain a motion for approval.
Make the motion to approve C1 through C12.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor.
In a second.
Second by
um,
Councilmember Caldera.
yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so all motion carries unanimously. Okay, so we'll move on then to next item on our agenda. Let me get there.
I'll just note also that in adopting that on item 11, that
11.
the dollar amount there was changed from $50,000 to $30,000.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll move on then to our next item of business, which is item business number 1, which is resolution number 6332, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving sponsorship and street closure of Front Street between Main Street and Soledad Street for the new El Mercadito South Monterey County Regional Market. And I will turn this over to Tencia.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For this item, I did put together a small presentation, which we can go ahead and later on email directly to you so you can have it for your records. This item is for this initiative for the El Mercadito Regional Market. Next slide. So just to give you an overview, over the past year, the City of Soledad has advanced strategic initiatives aimed at strengthening small business development and also those to help revitalize our downtown corridor. Through the El Mercadito initiative, the city has partnered with the Monterey County Business Council, Monarch Small Business Development Center, and Building Businesses Back, and the Soledad Chamber of Commerce to support local entrepreneurs and foster a strong cultural of collaboration, the strong culture of collaboration. In Mercadito, a recurring South County regional market, is designed to highlight and promote local vendors, increase foot traffic in our downtown corridor, serve as a pilot activation strategy in preparation for the city's planned Container Village Small Business Incubator project that we've been working on. I also want to note that in the last year, we've been collaborating directly with the MCBC to bring these types of initiatives. We have successfully launched and was successful last year, the SBDC Business Expo, and also our holiday market. Next slide. downtown activation and the El Mercadito. So part of our, as I mentioned, our partners for this initiative are the MCBC, Monterey County Business Council, the Monarch Small Business Development Center, Building Businesses Back, Soledad Chamber, and the city. So this is a collaborative effort. Our goal is to strengthen small business development and activate our downtown corridor. Hosting frequent high visibility activities in the city's core is strategically positioning our downtown Soledad as a vibrant commercial destination. The proposal for a Mercadito is to have it on a recurring basis, which would be from a monthly market from April to September. And then during the holiday season, which we consider October, November, and December to be a bi-monthly market. We believe that this will showcase our local vendors, also our downtown businesses, increase foot traffic in our downtown corridor, create vibrant community gathering spaces, build long-term investment, and an opportunity to demonstrate the community's demand and engagement, providing the foundation for the Container Village project. What we are asking for council support and approval is a request of the waiver of the park and recreation fee of $1,800. We are also requesting assistance from the Public Works and a waiver, well, not a waiver, but a cost estimate of their fees, because I know that's something that we would need to demonstrate is approximately $2,244 to support approximately 12 separate dates. So the total co-sponsoring of the city would be about $4,044. In-kind services, we do will be supporting as part of the partners with both the MCBC and with the chamber. There is in-kind services in our contract, so we anticipate that all of those costs will be existing within the existing budget of the department. The next slide. For this program and initiative, Monterey County Business Council will serve as the administrative lead for El Mercadito by providing coordinating and logistics. They are managing the vendor participation in all of the applications and registrations. Monarch Business, the Small Business Development Center, will provide no-cost business advising. They're also providing technical assistance to participants and local businesses on an as-need basis. Building Businesses Back has committed $50,000 to support startup and operational costs for this initiative. The funding is secured through 2026, ensuring that sustainability during initial implementation of the market. The following slide is a preliminary site plan that we put together indicating what is being proposed to be blocked, which is the one block between Main Street and Soledad Street. We are proposing, initially we did propose just to close one side of the street closest to the park. Our police department advises that for security reasons, they are requesting that we close both sides. The parkway will be utilized for public parking and the use for emergency and response units to be parked there. The side property next to the park will be utilized for vendor parking. And the park itself is where we're going to be hosting all of the vendors and some of the frontage street that's right in front of the park. Next slide. This concludes my presentation and a recap of the event and the permit and the fees that are being requested. We do have Jose Luis, who represents the Monterey Business Council. He's been our liaison and has been very helpful in helping put this together. The chamber is on Zoom, I believe. They were unable to attend in person. No, they haven't. She is? Okay. So, and then we also have Beatriz and planning to help answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Any comments from the public before I bring it to the council? Is there any comments from the public that is joining us via Zoom? Okay, seeing none, then I will bring it back to the council. So let's take questions from the council. And I'll start with Councilmember Caldera.
Actually, I don't have any questions. I believe it's a win-win for the city of Soledad and our community. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
I have one.
Mhm.
Are we including music or some
Yes.
sort of like
Entertainment?
bailables or entertainment?
Yes, and actually I can defer over to Jose Luis, who is gonna be, part of the budget is expected to be utilized for entertainment. We do hope to actually recruit some of our local talent
Mhm.
Within South County to be able to be present. And one thing to keep in mind is we did invite the Arts Council to also have an opportunity to present an art component to it.
Mhm.
So, yes.
Years ago, I was with a group in college that promoted cultural events.
Mhm.
And one of the things that they brought was the Bailable Folclórico de Berkeley. Berkeley is one of those universities that have
Mhm.
really great entertainment for or cultural aspects, and they usually get travel for free if it is
Mm.
closed. So I would love to see some of those beautiful presentations in our city if it's possible.
Mhm.
If not, there's nothing wrong with trying.
We can always try.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Anselmo Sanchez.
Yes, I have a few questions.
Mhm.
So could we go back to the slide that lists the in-kind services?
There you go.
So I have a clarifying question.
Mhm.
I know that we said they would run monthly from April to
September.
September and then by like every other month.
No, it's more of a first and third Saturday so twice a month,
So it'd be
October,
okay,
November,
bi-weekly.
December, because of the holiday.
Got it. Okay,
Mhm.
that answers my other question.
Okay.
And then I'm curious about like, is there a discussion already of the cost to be a vendor? I don't know if I saw that.
For the cost for the application for the vendors?
Mhm.
Offhand, I don't know. What's the fee? You can answer that.
Vendor fees are set at $50 for non-food vendors and $80 for food vendors. We did receive some feedback from some of the food vendor applicants that only sell prepackaged goods to see if we could have a reduced rate. So we'll be engaging in those discussions with the El Mercadito working group. Aside from that, we also have 3 slots allocated for nonprofit organizations that are South County based. For this first market, we received 2 applications, one from the City of Soledad's Recreation Department, and then also one from Community Bridges of California. So we still have an open slot for nonprofit organizations to participate, whether it's a table or to do fundraising activities as well.
Is there a cost after you do the application to be a vendor each month?
The fee.
Yes, that's the vendor fee per market. So it's $50 per market for non-food vendors and $80 per market for food vendors.
So it's that for the application and to be.
We don't have an application fee. That's the participation fee. So that's your fee for participation the day of.
So registration.
Yeah.
Got it. And then for the park area, you said on the grass, are we concerned about the upkeep of the grass on the park?
We have included Public Works, our initial meeting, on our planning meeting. The only concern would be if we were to ever stake something to the ground, like for example, we have a tent. They would be more than happy to walk through the area and show us where not to.
Okay.
But other than that, no, there is no concern as far as the use of the park itself.
Perfect. And then for the safety component of closing down the street,
Mhm.
are we using ballards or something that can prevent someone from driving through? Because I know that's been an issue in other cities. And I know it's been conversations with the police chief as well. I think that's more of a you question, sorry.
Yeah, so through the chair, we do have barriers. We probably, as a city, need to start looking at investing in something heavier duty, but we haven't required that for other similar, farmers markets or even for some of our bigger events, we've used the same barriers when we did the procession with the church, for example, but it is something that I think is probably something we should be looking into. So I agree with you, and I can discuss that with Public Works staff and see if we have funding for that in the future.
Perfect. I think it would be something to consider for a future budget.
Mhm.
And then I'm curious as how these events are marketed and how they will be marketed.
That's a plan and a work in progress. So of the $50,000 allocation, we're finalizing and deciding on what the total marketing budget amount will be. Our intention would be to set that up as an independent contract. So our hope would be to hire someone preferably South County based that can fully take the lead both on the video production, the social media marketing side, and also doing the media and ad buying component for El Mercadito. And the advertising will also be year round, so it won't necessarily be front heavy, although there may be a little bit just to kind of get more awareness, but we will be marketing throughout the year.
And then will this be mainly like a social media post, like on the city social media? How are we marketing? Like, how are we getting the word out, I guess?
So
is my
we are planned to put it on the community calendar
Okay.
on KSBW. And then we were in a meeting yesterday, and Gonzalez offered to advertise it onto their legacy sign that they just received. So we got their support, being that although this Mercadito is in Soledad, it's intended for South County. So we do have their support.
Perfect. Okay. And so that's all just KSBW.
And then we will be doing social media on our website. And then again, evaluating what the need is for marketing, we can look at other different things that we can do.
Sure. We briefly talked also to our community engagement manager, and he has some ideas on some printed materials that we can use, like other chambers, and not just keeping it the marketing, not just keeping it in South County, but making sure that we're also attracting some of the tourism that is in the peninsula. Given that he used to serve in District 4, I think he has some ideas. So we don't want this to be a burden on him, but we do want to use some of his connections to make sure that we are not just doing social media. He mentioned a few what was it? Celine, the chambers, some newspapers. So he has other ideas that I think we want to incorporate to the marketing plan, but we will have somebody else lead the marketing plan so that he's not caught up in the middle of it.
And through the chair, one thing I did want to add, if council does approve it tonight, we would like to have each of you work with your own networks, because a lot of these events, it's word of mouth, right? Like, so we will reach out to each of the council members to see how you can help us promote. And I think that's one thing that Eric intended to do as well.
Awesome. All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Banuelos?
Look at my scribble. Tensia, Jose, thank you guys so much for bringing this together. It's the work in progress of bringing out and kind of like a soft approach of the container village. So I'm excited. And also that's part of our, strategic plan is economy. And I just want to read really quick. We cultivate a thriving economy that supports quality retail for our residents, shopping needs, small businesses, and regional tourism. But this is just a stepping stone of our strategic plan. So I want to say thank you guys for collaborating for everything. What questions I do have, as Mayor Pro Tem had mentioned, signs. I know you guys will be talking about it, is if maybe, how we're going to block the streets and maybe just as we always do with the parade or any events, closure during these dates, maybe that can be
Store signage.
Yeah, to the signage.
In our planning meeting with which Public Works Police was all there, our chief did mention that he will be utilizing the don't know what it's called, that
Barricade?
sign machine, that the one that they put the one that's right there.
Oh,
on Front Street.
yes. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he will
Okay.
be putting it not just the day before, but like 2 weeks before to start advising
Oh, okay.
people that this is happening. We are closing this period and this period. So it worked out when we had other events. I think for Christmas, they used it.
Yeah.
So it's a piece of equipment that we will obviously be utilizing along with any other ways that we can help get the
Perfect.
word out.
And through the chair, just to add, we actually have a standard operating procedures when we do street closures. We have to notify, I think it's 72 hours in advance. We usually do it more in advance than that, and then we do some outreach to surrounding businesses that would be impacted. So we actually adopted a standard operating procedure because we have been doing more and more street closures, I want to say about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
And it's been operating very well because sometimes the notification wasn't always on point.
Okay. And Councilmember Cabrera already asked my question about music and just more of the ambiance. So thank you. And if you guys need any more, I mean, local entertainment, I do know some, so I can connect you with them. And they're happy to volunteer, you know, and give back to the community. Also, how many vendors right now have you guys have total? How many vendors?
So far, we've received 51 vendor applications.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And that's combination of profit, small businesses? You said 2 nonprofits, sorry.
Yeah, so
Okay.
2 of those were nonprofits. The rest were, we had roughly 18 food vendors that applied, but we only had space for 14, so we had to make some selections there. The rest were a variety of different professional and retail services, and some other different service providers as well.
So it's a combination of different, awesome.
Yeah.
And now it's said twice a month. Are you guys gonna have a rotating vendor or just gonna be the same?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
So our goal would be to potentially have the same set of vendors be successful enough that they want to keep coming back. So there's a little bit of consistency and regularity, right? Both for the vendors and also for the public, right? You want to make sure that if, you know, your favorite coffee shop or has a food booth there and they're there, you know, first Saturday, you want to be able to count on that on a regular basis. So we're working with them to see how we can make it more regular. Again, part of that was also something that we heard from a lot of vendors that participate in other markets, is that one of the hardest things about markets is getting in, right? So oftentimes you generally have to wait until that business type leaves for that slot to open up. So part of that, aside from having the 3 slots for the nonprofit organizations, we're going to have 2 rotating slots that are intentionally dedicated for vendors who may only want to participate on a one-off basis, right? Because we're also providing the technical assistance. For example, if you guys have a home-based business that wants to test out starting a market, but they just want to do one market, we'll work with them to get all that permitting up in place so that they can participate perhaps just on a one-off basis, and then see if they want to participate on a more frequent ongoing basis.
Awesome, awesome. And then during the holidays, I'm sure you know, Tencia Jose, December 5th is our Christmas parade.
Yes, so it's 1st and 3rd October through December, with the exception of December. We did 2nd and 3rd because we got the feedback that you guys have some events that first
All
week
right.
of December.
In July, it's not going to be either on
4th of July.
or
Okay.
4th of-
Yeah,
So
it'll be on the
we
11th.
were very
Yeah,
Okay.
we planned around your guys' schedule.
Thank you.
December 19th.
Yeah.
Yeah. November 21st, December, what did you catch it? And December, yeah.
And another question is, there's not gonna be any security needed, right? Because there's no alcohol or anything of that.
No,
matter.
but we're still providing security.
providing? Oh, okay.
Just out of an abundance of caution and just to provide an additional sense of safety, we're providing 2 unarmed security guards.
Okay, perfect. And one last question. Do you think we should get more restrooms? Are you guys planning to get more restrooms for the event?
Oh, I
in
think
spite
at
of-
this time, we're just using the 3 restrooms
Okay.
provided by the city of Soledad as an in-kind service they're located at Cesar Chavez Park.
Okay.
Environmental health did not have any concerns with that number of restrooms per the expected visitor amount.
Okay.
Again, if there is hopefully we're super successful and we have that kind of problem where we have more people than we can accommodate for. But if we reach that point, we have the $50,000 to tap into to also provide additional bathroom services should they be required.
Okay, awesome. One more question. One more question is, what's the enthusiasm with our businesses on the Front Street? Are they participating? Are they engaging with this Mercadito or
So there
their
is a mix.
feedback?
I can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we did do out some outreach,
Yeah.
preliminary outreach. There is a mixed, we did get a request to not block both streets
Mm.
when we explained to them, you know,
our first request was to only block one because we do understand, you know, the other side really isn't needed. But out of precaution, the police department said, you know, they don't want someone to get hit. I guess there was an incident where someone almost got hit or got hit. I'm not sure, but there was an issue. So because of that, we explained to them we were being forced to, you know, to close it. They weren't very happy about it. At the same time, knowing that they are going to be impacted, one of the things that we didn't mention about the marketing is we are going to include Front Street businesses in part of our marketing. So although we are trying to engage outsiders to come into Soledad to, you know, to taste all these different things, you know, in our vendors, our main goal is to market our Front Street. So with that said, we explained to them, you are going to be part of the marketing campaign. So we are not being left out. You are not being forgotten. You are our main goal. Yes, we're bringing outside vendors, but this is their opportunity to, you know, get other people to know what they have, what, you know, that they're there. So we did offer them to have a booth, not a booth, but a table in front of their front storefront. Yeah. No fee, nothing related to that. So as long as they leave enough space for the pedestrians to walk, especially someone in a wheelchair, they're welcome to have that. When, you know, we started explaining to them about that, they were excited, especially with the marketing. So it's an opportunity. Yes, it is impactful, but at the same time, they can also benefit by being part of the marketing. And maybe I said, this is your opportunity to get people from outside to get to come here and get to see what you have.
Right.
And then maybe bring them back. So, so it was mixed, but for the most part, I think we got support. But again, one or two were obviously concerned about the impact.
Yeah.
But we're trying to mitigate that.
Yeah, and I thank you for presenting like, hey, you know, you could have a table in front of your business. So, you know, it's those who want to make that effort. And of course, you really stress that it's to promote
Exactly.
business on Front Street. Okay, and I think that was it. Thank you.
Sure.
Through the chair, I just want to clarify something. MCVC, SBDC, they had in their budget contemplated security. But when we took it to our police department, this has been a standard since last year. So even though they had already budgeted for it and they understood that there could be an expense, it wasn't optional from our police department. So that for other groups, they understand that it wasn't that willingly, even though they had the budget for it, it was still a hard requirement from our police department. So our police department is trying to standardize this practice across all events.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I just want to touch also on Councilwoman Bañuelos's point on the notices to the businesses. So I think for me, I want to take it a little bit further, that I don't want to see what I've seen happen in other areas where you have a well-intended event and then it happens negatively because now you have businesses being impacted that you don't want impacted, right? So I think it's important that we really establish that after we start the Mercadito, that we meet with our businesses in the downtown to ensure that we do have an opportunity to connect with them and to see how did it go.
Right.
And to ensure that we have a dialogue with them and to bring them in to see, was it positive? Did you get foot traffic? Did you not? And then just kind of make sure that we are connecting with them and not just, you know, kind of take it just by chance, whether it was positive or not, but that we do schedule, you know, a time to meet with them and to ensure that we're talking to them and making sure that we're getting their feedback about, you know, how did it go? Do we need to do a little bit more? What are some of the things that they saw? What are the things that, you know, we need to understand as well, so that way we're not doing something that's being supportive of one industry and then we're impacting another industry.
With that said, with the holiday market, that's exactly what we did. Behind the scenes, we actually did a survey. We surveyed not only the participant vendors, but those that were in front of the holiday market, even though they did not get closed down. the street did not get closed down. So we did do outreach. The chamber did outreach at the same time. So we did get feedback. So a lot of how we're managing this Mercadito is because of that feedback, even the fees, even the date, the time. The holiday market was Saturday and Sunday. Saturday was good. Sunday wasn't really good for them. I mean, even though some of them sold out, but it was a little bit slower. So with that said, we came up with, it's a 1-day thing. It cannot be a whole, weekend thing. So one thing that we are keeping in mind that this market might change after the first one. So, and we are expecting some changes, but we won't know until we have the very first one. And communicating with our businesses, we both do walk down the businesses occasionally. We do have a good communication with them. So I personally will be asking them, and I will be bringing back the cafecito with economic development and then personally inviting them. So we do want to hear, and we do not want to impact them. And if we find that it is impacting more than we think, we're going to have to relook at the plan.
Yeah.
So
I just want to make it clear, that's it, because I don't want it to be, and although I appreciate the collaboration, but I don't want it to be the chamber or MCBC, because we are approving this tonight. And if anything happens, the businesses aren't going to come to them. The businesses are going to blame us, right, as a city, and they're going to say, you approved it. You allowed this to happen. So I think it has to come from the city, and it has to be part of the city. If we're going to approve this tonight, then it has to be, if you're going to have the cafecitos, and it has to be a city led. We're going to meet with them to be able to have, and it could be in collaboration, but I think it has to be a city led.
We can do that.
To be able to ensure that we're connecting with the businesses and ensuring that we're hearing their feedback to see, is it a positive or is it an impact? So,
Or how we can help them if there's other ways that we can help mitigate the impact.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. So I do have a question though, because I think one of the things for me that's really important is also a budget. And I know that you had the $50,000, but I think one of the things that we're looking at as well is, because there was a lot of emphasis in looking at this to be able to help us to be able to do the future of the container village, right? And this is a phasing of that. So in the proposal is, I didn't see a budget, and I think that's really important to be able to look at a proposed budget, to be able to say, what are the operational costs? And I know that there are some of the budgets that you gave us in terms of what are some of the waiving of the fees that we have to do. But I think for me, it's really important to look at a budget. You have the 50,000, but if we're going to absorb that in the future, and I think for me, at least the way I'm looking at it is, it's going to be the startup and operational costs for this. But if the city is going to take this on and absorb some of these costs in the future, when the $50,000 runs out, and we want to have it for a continuous, right? We want to do it for this year, but then what happens next year when there's no more funding? How do we sustain this? If it's successful and we want it to be successful, how do we make sure that it's not just 1 year, but that we continue to make it, that we continue for it to be viable? Then I would like to see a budget, like what are going to be, what are the costs? What are some of those, we have some of the waiving of the fees, but also I know that we didn't put it, some of the other costs for the staff, but what are some of those other true costs that we are going to incur as part of the cost of the staff? And then if we don't have the support of some of those other funding sources, then I want to be able to say, well, what are those true costs, right? So we can be able to see, does it cost 50,000 or is it going to cost more? And then some of those revenue sources, Jose, as you said, if we're going to utilize the $80 and the $50, are those going to be utilized to go back into some of those costs, right? So you're utilizing that to for some of those expenses, right? So I think it's really important to be able to have transparency, because anytime we're gonna get money from the people, especially as a city, is you want to be able to see how's that fund, how are those monies being utilized? And I know you guys, you guys don't have to do that, but for us as local government, we have to be able to say, hey, wait a minute, if we're going to partner and we're going to take money, how are those funds going to be utilized?
We're not,
Yeah, the city is not collecting fees. The business council is collecting fees for this.
for the registration.
Registration.
The only fee that we are collecting is the business license fee.
Yeah.
So we're holding that, but then you guys are collecting the 50, the money?
and the $80,
Okay.
correct.
And then you guys are utilizing
Those
funding.
those monies will be allocated in a separate account. We're going to be opening up a separate banking account to separately track all those expenses. The 50,000 is being used as seed funding. We can come back and present a little bit more information regarding the budget.
Okay.
And the intent of the vendor fees is to use that as a primary source of refilling those initial $50,000. So it's a little bit more sustainable. Also on a more long-term basis, we kind of need to have at least a market or two to kind of make it a proof of concept model, right? To get some buy-in, and then we can go to other community partners, perhaps some of the larger businesses in the area, and seek their financial support as well.
And through the chair, on the city side, this is like a proof of concept for a year. It's a pilot, but we're actually seeking, and Tensia, I believe, is coming back on March 18th on the actual container village. So this is kind of a pilot that we're benefiting from because the seed funding is coming from MCBC to kind of really understand that future. And we don't know that this may be the model that we continue the following year. We might be doing something a little bit different. It could be a food truck pod. It could be, maybe we're doing these quarterly, it's, I think we'll have a better sense probably as we're starting to work towards the container village about what sustainability looks like ahead of the time that we work on the budget. Does that make sense?
It does. I just think because in the report, it did talk about that that this was something that we're going to be using for the model of the container village. So for me, if we're going to be using it as a model of the container village, then I think it's really important for us to be able to look at how do we make sure that we have what we need in terms of moving forward with, at least for me, in terms of the funding source, so it becomes sustainable, right? So that's why for me, the budget was really important. If we're going to be utilizing the 50,000, then how do we make sure we have a budget that's more accurate? So if it's going to be sustainable for next year and we don't have that money, then how do we already ensure what those costs are so we can make sure that for next year we know what those true costs are, so we can factor that in terms of how do we sustain that if we don't have.
You're the chair. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Amanda.
excuse me. Yeah, for me, it's important. So this is really important. So I think if I have my time to speak and I need to make sure that I understand moving forward.
So point of clarification, I'm getting lost. That's
Oh,
why.
I'm sorry, but I'm asking my questions. And
Okay.
so maybe you may be getting lost, but I'm asking my questions that I need to ask,
Okay.
and this is my time.
So through the chair, just a little clarification. I think when we're saying this is a model, it's really what we're trying to do is identify and train up and prepare the vendors as this kind of as a first step that would be eventually the vendors in the containers themselves or the food truck pod. And what we're preparing the EDA application for, and it's kind of outlined in the strategic plan. It's like phase 0, which is the food truck pod. And then phase 1 is like 3 containers. That's what we're applying for earmarks and funding for. But really what this is preparing us to do is kind of, which we'll have a better sense. What does it take to get a vendor ready? What do they need?
And
So we're
testing the market.
yeah, what is the market? So we're kind of, I'm not saying that the Marketito is exactly what we're going to do next year. We're going to do, what we're trying to get funding for is to build, as I said, the food truck pod and get the early containers set up. And I see Beatrice she's better at explaining than I.
Well, I'm just saying because it was in the report. So
Yeah.
I know that was in the report.
I'm sorry if I,
The concept. So that's why I'm saying, so
Point-
it was in the report.
Point of clarification, just before you, because hopefully you're gonna clarify this, but in what capacity is the city involved in this? Because I don't remember, are we doing the event or we just supporting the event?
We are-
Because it is getting complicated, because I think, my perspective is that we are only contributing with a little bit of support with, from us, but we're not involved in organizing or charging or anything in that matter. Am I correct?
We do have a little bit of involvement, but let me go first with the mayor. I'm sorry if I miscommunicated on the staff report. I wasn't thinking using this as a model, but more as an activation strategy for the downtown so that we can start activating that area. Not necessarily that this will be the model moving forward, but more like let's bring people to the downtown. Let's activate it so that when we have truck pods or we make a bigger investment, because really the container village is structural. It requires a lot of planning and construction. So all of that is a big investment from the city. So what I meant to communicate in the staff report, this will be an activation strategy so that we can continue to evolve to the point where when the container village is ready to be developed, that there's already foot traffic built into our downtown so that business are successful when they make the investment to be part of the container village. But this will change over time. Like I think the opportunity that we have by using MCBC's funding is that we can pilot this project, that it's not completely on our dime, even though we are putting our staff time and we're getting some staff time also from Public Works. At least we don't have to put all of the capital in front of a pilot project. And then to address your question, Councilmember Cabrera, we do have some level of involvement in the organization. Tencia, as a community development coordinator, she's working very closely with Jose Luis. But part of our MOU with MCBC and some of our partners, MCBC, Pájaro, the chambers, it allows our community development coordinator to allocate 10 hours of in-kind services, just because we find a benefit for our business and for our community to invest our staff time, but really leveraging the resources that our partners have so that we don't spend as much money or resources, but we do our part to try to continue to build those partnerships.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I get it, so I'm clear on that. I'm just saying that because it did say that, so I wanted to make sure that if there was a sustainability level to make sure that, so that's why.
Oh,
So thank you, thank you, but I'm clear on it, so. And the other thing in terms of the funding, I know that there is funding from the city, and so we do have an investment in it. And so I want to be clear on that as well, and being able to identify the true cost of that. I think it's important as well in terms of what our investment is, because we're also supporting other regional vendors. So it's not just vendors from the city of Soledad, right? And I think it's really important for our community also to be aware that it's not just, although we're going to prioritize that, because I did see that in your proposal, Jose, that we are prioritizing vendors from Soledad, but it is regional from South County. So making sure that also in our contributions that we are prioritizing, but there are others that are coming from other areas. So I do have a question though, in terms of the time from 8 to 6:30. So why is it so? It seems like such a long time. Do you have data that supports that the Mercadito can absorb to be open from 8 a.m.
So
to
initially,
6:30?
that's a good question. So initially, yes, it's 8 to 6 because we need to allow time for the road closure. So after speaking with our police department, they want to make sure that they're not in favor of towing cars. So we want to make sure we have enough time to get cars out of the area. So 8 o'clock, not sooner. So we felt setup is 9:30 to 11, but we want to close the area 1 hour before. So allow any cars to be moved out, or if they're stuck there, they're going to be just stuck there. We're not going to tow. The closure was intended to 4 o'clock, but allowing enough time for vendors to get out of the park. And then at that point, when it's safe, obviously open the streets. Again, after the first one, we will, maybe the first one, the second one, we may find that we may change the hours. From the surveying that we did, 11 to 4 was a good time frame for a market.
Okay, so that's just from the time that you you close the street to you open, but the event timeframe.
11 to 4.
11
11 to 5.
11 to
Yeah,
5.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was, again, based
Yeah.
on the,
Based on the feedback from the vendors on what timeframes best work for them. Other proposed timeframes would be to have it a little bit earlier in the day, like from 9 a.m. till 3 p.m., 10 a.m. till 4. We tried a few timeframes. We also suggested an evening timeframe, but the vast majority of vendors suggested 11 a.m. till 5 p.m.
Mhm.
And we also tried different lengths of time, whether that was 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. And most folks suggested a 6-hour market provided them enough time without it being too short nor too long.
Okay.
a lot of it had to do with setup and cleanup.
Okay. Okay. And then, so just my last is just on the budget. I think I would appreciate if we just have like, from the 50,000, what would be the breakdown of what that budget cost would be for the Mercadito? I think that would be helpful for us.
I think after a couple,
Yeah, I think
we
after a
can
couple markets,
bring
because a
some
little
back.
bit is a work in progress, right? Because it is also our first time hosting this, right? We need to have enough flexibility in the budget, and that's our intention, to have enough flexibility of, if we need to do more marketing, we don't want to limit ourselves to X amount, right? We want to have that flexibility. If there is, for whatever reason, a need for additional security, we want to have that flexibility of that security. And also, I think to add to one of your points about the business engagement, from the vendors themselves that are participating, we intend to have them elect one business owner that will participate in our regular El Mercadito meetings to kind of be the business stakeholder or the business liaison to the working group being different representatives from MCBC, City of Soledad, and the Soledad Chamber of Commerce, who we're going to be meeting regularly to, again, discuss any feedback. Also, when we did the outreach with the vendors along Front Street today, we provided them with all of our contact information and let them know I'm here every Wednesday from 9 a.m. till 4 p.m. So even if they're not able to get a hold of me either by their phone or by email, they're always welcome to stop by the Gateway Center and give us their feedback as well.
Good. And then my last comment is just on the marketing plan, and you know that is part of MCDC, right? It's just having a comprehensive marketing plan in terms of how that's going to roll out as you do the market. So yeah, that's it. Thank you. Okay, so with that, then council, I will.
Point of, I don't know what, but I thought, so I was confused because we said questions, so I only asked questions, so I didn't give comments. Are we gonna come back and do comments?
So we can do final comments. So
Okay.
we'll go with final comments, and I'll start with Councilmember Caldera.
Well, my comment is that anything that brings what we're promoting, especially in our strategic plan, is actually good. So I believe this is gonna be opening door for, like I said, I mean, not just the businesses on Front Street, but whatever our plans are for Front Street. So I believe it's, in my opinion, it's a good idea.
Do I have the floor?
Yeah, final comments. Final comments.
Well, thank you guys so much. We never know. Every time that you start something, you don't know how it's gonna happen. And for me, at least, you probably need 2 or 3 times at least, so that you can see reshape the program, move things around, because you never know what is gonna work. In my previous life, we used to prepare for that. We always leave room for improvements or room for changes. And it always happens in the second or third event when you actually said, this is gonna work and this is not. So I think that it is good that we started something like this, so we have to attract attention to our downtown. We live in a town where many people come from Mexico or go to Mexico every year. And if you ever visit Mexico, there is always something going on in the plaza. There's always something going on in downtown. And we are so used to that when you get to a city where there's nothing happening any day, then you miss that. And I think that is what is missing in this town, something that can revive, make it comfortable, something that brings back memories and make you feel comfortable in this town. So thank you so much for that. It's an amazing proposal, and I think that is going to bring a lot of people, not just from the city of Soledad, but from around the valley. So thanks.
This is something that I am very excited for. I think it's been a long time coming for the city to have more of these types of events and having something for folks to do. I know I speak for myself, but I think for folks around my age, we really are yearning to have something to do around here. And I think this is a great opportunity. I do agree with Mayor, though. I would like to see some form of budget, because in any case that we can do this again and it is successful and we need to absorb the costs in the future year, it would just help us and be a benefit for us. And I do want to say that the city is a partner in this as well. So it is also appropriate for us to be included in any of the marketing that goes on, any videos on social media and stuff like that too. And also for the, I think, kickoff first event, I think it would also be appropriate for the council to be invited and to have mayor speak. I think we've had some instances where we have events that we do partner with MCBC and the chamber that we're not always, I don't want to say invited, but are kind of given a shout out, and we are the ones approving this, you know what I mean? So I think it would be appropriate for us to attend. That's it.
Guys, thank you so much. And I just wanted to stress with the strategic plan again is we have this as an urgent, economy as we continue to cultivate a thriving economy that supports quality retail and also enhancing collaboration. Collaboration is you guys partnering up with not just the city, but the chamber, Monarch, SBDC, BBB, all that. So that way we as a city of Soledad can alleviate that budget, so that way the other organizations are able to bring that budget together. And I want to say thank you. Also, as far as for the marketing, you guys know you guys can count on me to do the marketing. I am so excited for this because this is a stepping stone, bringing more businesses. And of course, marketing is very important. And another thing too is the last comment is it's South County. It's not just Soledad. So I want to say thank you guys for just networking with everyone, networking with Gonzalez to promote that with the billboard. And one last thing is I'm always a person who likes the critiquing, the critiquing criticism, because you always want to, as Councilmember Carrera said, you always want to listen to the ideas, what went wrong, what would be better, because that's my background, because I want to hear our community. And I'm sure you guys been doing it already with the holiday market. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say thank you as well. And just a note, when we had the holiday market, I know that I heard a lot of positives. I was out there and I was buying stuff, and I know that there was a lot of positive comments from our community members and our vendors, and they were saying this is something that was really needed. So I know it's something that's going to be really really well received by our community, and that we need it. I think for me, I tend to be more pragmatic, and people could see that, negative. And I think for me, it's okay. But I think for me, it's always about, if we're going to do something, that we make sure that we do it and it's sustainable, right? And especially with use of public funds. Maybe I've been in local government for too long, but it's part of, what's ingrained in me, that, I come from public service, and it's public dollars, and people work hard for their money. And how do we make sure that, we're protecting people's public dollars, and that that we're really making sure that we're utilizing their public dollars to the best, and that we're really making sure that what we're doing today is really going to be sustainable, and that it's really going to produce fruit, and that it's going to be something that's going to benefit the majority of, that's going to benefit all of our residents in our community. And it's going to be in alignment to what our goals are. And that for me, it's also, we're supporting a segment of our community, but that we're also making sure that we're supporting the businesses that have been established for many years, as we're supporting new businesses that are coming to our community as well. So thank you for bringing this innovation, and that I hope that it does lead us to where we want to be with our container village. That has been the vision that we've been seeing for the last couple of years, and that it gets us to where we want to be. So thank you.
And on a side note, you are going to be invited to, hopefully you can attend the first one. We would love to have you and welcome all the vendors and everyone who will be there.
I'll just show up.
All of us, right? Not just.
Yeah.
All
No, thank
All of you.
Yeah, all of us. And I think I just want to echo what Mayor Pro Tem said. And I know for us, especially as we're working collaboratively, I think it's
Mhm.
really important to be in the spirit of collaboration because it is all of us working together. And it is about making sure that we're all coming together in that collaborative spirit to ensure that it's all of us, and especially if the city is investing, because we are, that it is about collaboration and that everybody is recognized for their contributions. So, thank you. Okay, so with that, I will make a motion to approve resolution number 6332.
Motion to approve 6332.
Okay, I have you said a second, you didn't even approve it yet, so.
But if you made a motion.
No, I said,
Yes, you said
I
there.
said, no, what I said is I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number 6332. So Emma made
I'll go
Emma
first.
said I'll make a motion and then you'll second it. So there's a motion on the floor. Darlene, did you get that? So Councilwoman Bañuelos, and then second by Councilmember Cabrera. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we'll move on to the next item, and it's resolution number 6333, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving and accepting the 2025 General Plan Annual Progress Report and authorizing submittal to the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development and the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation. And I'll turn this over to Ariana.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'll be doing a brief presentation about the General Plan Annual Report that we submit annually to HCD and LCI, formerly known as OPR. So let me set this up real quick to present here. Okay. The purpose of this annual report is to provide an update and status of the implementation of the general plan. As you know, right now we're still under the 2005 general plan, and we are going through a general plan update for the horizon year 2045, which that general plan update is expected to be completed by the end of this year. So it'll come forward to council later in 2026. This annual report to HCD and LCI is due to April 1st in 2026. This is an important deadline that all cities need to meet, and failure to submit to the state puts the city at risk for grants, to qualify for grants. So it's always important to submit pretty much a status report to the state based on how we're implementing our general plan. The four primary purposes are to evaluate progress, identify areas to improve effectiveness, demonstrate how land use decisions align with the general plan, and then report progress towards our regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA, which the presentation after this would focus more on. As I mentioned, throughout 2025, we have worked a lot on our Siempre Soledad 2045 general plan update. And it is anticipated to be adopted or brought to council then later this year for consideration of adoption. We have been doing a lot of engagement work with our steering committee, which we'll show pictures shortly. And it's ongoing alignment with community vision and state requirements. So this general plan update is an excited moment for the city as we get to reevaluate what we want within the community for the next 20 years. And here are some pictures with our steering committee that we hosted last year. We made a lot of progress with the environmental impact reports. We hosted meetings And we also collaborated with important stakeholders for this general plan update that includes MST, TAMZ, the Soledad Unified School District, as well as the Healthcare District. So these are pictures of some of the workshops that we hosted here at City Hall to help move the general plan update forward. In 2025, just to provide brief highlights, we had a lot of growth and economic development, and that is what is being focused throughout the annual report. We had the opening of the Panda Express, and then we also had an opening of a new Tractor Supply in Soledad. And we received an application for a car wash that's going into the Soledad marketplace, all creating a good and economic development momentum happening towards the south end of Soledad. And we, as the 2026 year comes in, or we're at right now, we're focusing on making sure that momentum continues and we see more development towards that end of Soledad and everywhere where there's infill opportunities as well. We also had infrastructure and CIP projects completed in 2025. The biggest one was the Fire Bay apparatus for our new ladder truck. We got the 3.1 million in capital improvements for the ladder truck and apparatus bay, and 2.8 million in grant funding that help us get the ladder truck and get the bay for the ladder truck. We also started on a recycle water project from, again, another grant that was received and is led by the Public Works Department. And we also focused a lot on art and in our downtown area, such as the mural at the Bay and Front Street as well. Other accomplishments were from the Parks and Recs and Community Services. Music in the Park was a really great hit as well. And focuses on bringing the community together through cultural events and having activities for the community. The Soledad Community Center had also upgrades in the kitchen, ADA upgrades as well. We also focused on pedestrian safety with the Safe Routes to School project. That also the Youth Council has been leading some of those efforts. And then we also had partnerships with the Monterey County Health Department for the kiosks at the fire station for the what is it called? The Narcan dispenser. Overall, the progress, we've noted all these achievements in the annual report and noted which of those met the general plan policies. And we continue to assess that throughout 2026 as well for new accomplishments. And that helps really implement the general plan. So providing all those services and events and upgrades to the community helps us implement the general plan policy per policy as noted in the annual report. Some of these advanced land use, part of that was the REAP 2.0 updates that we also provided and came forward with council that helps advance housing. And I know, again, the presentation after me will focus more on the housing efforts. And this one's primarily focusing on the land use and infrastructure achievements and objectives. We informed preparation of the Siempre Soledad 2045 update in the annual report as well. And we also included a section regarding the strategic plan that was adopted by the City Council in 2025. That way we show that it is also going with what the general plan is going to focus within the 2045 update. And as we go, as I mentioned, we will continue to monitor the implementation of the general plan and address challenges to meet the community needs. And this report ultimately brings those comments or needs to the public, and they're able to provide comment to us and see where else we can focus on in 2026. That's the end of my presentation. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Let's see.
Thank you, Ariana. So let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. If there's any, let me take it out to the public that is joining us via Zoom. And I see no hands raised, so I will bring it back to the council to see if there's any questions. So I'll start with Councilwoman Bañuelos. Any questions?
Ariana, thank you so much for the presentation. And the time that you put together, so I want to appreciate it. Just a question, can we go to the second slide, please?
Sorry, my
It's okay.
thing was glitching, so let me reconnect here. This slide?
Yes, the purpose of the annual report, just for the public to understand the purpose of the annual report, why do we always have to update it? Just for the public, because we know, but I just want to make sure we share it.
So this report really assesses the general plan and the implementation of the general plan. Our general plan is pretty much the constitution of the city, what we should follow and what our community, what policies and programs we should follow to meet the needs of our community. And so a lot of these policies and programs involved based on the achievements was working on economic development, working on implementing higher density, which is why we implemented the REAP 2.0 code amendments. And it establishes those goals that are mentioned in our general plan, meaning how it provides a progress report on how those have been completed.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No question.
Okay. Councilmember Cabrera?
Just one, in that same page, bullet point number 1, two, says identify areas of improvement effectiveness. Do you have a couple of them that you can share with us?
Yeah, and I think that's where we align the strategic plan from that was adopted from council, where majority of that is prioritizing economic development. So we noted some economic development accomplishments, but we see that there's more opportunities with our infill sites in the city. So how can we move forward with that, and what policies and programs should we prioritize 2026. And part of that is looking at the strategic plan of which one have been marked urgent and go in hand with the general plan implementation as well.
Nice. And the last one, report progress towards regional housing needs. How are we, and do we include anything about annexation Miramonte, or do we just still have what we have and no changes on that?
So the more in-depth presentation for the RHNA, the regional housing needs, will be coming after this presentation, and we'll talk about the progress for meeting that number. But in this annual report, we'll reference that a separate report will be addressing those needs.
Last thing, it's more like a comment. In the League of California Cities, they always do presentations about the progress of certain cities. And what we have is by large better than what other cities have presented. Would our city present something like that in next year's conference? I mean, this year's conference in October.
I don't know. I would defer
Let's
that
brag
to
a little bit.
I would defer that over to as a feature item. I'm not sure how that would work.
Okay.
But I would assume we were open to it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cabrera?
Okay, well, if I'm not mistaken, I think we're actually updating our local constitution, right? What we're doing?
Yes, we're currently in the update.
Okay, well, I think we're headed the right direction, and we're thank you for all your work, and I'm good, no questions. Lot of work.
Thank you. Thank you. Ariana, thank you for the update. Obviously, it's, a mandate in regards to the annual report that we have to provide to the state in regards to the updates and the evaluation. I have a question in terms of the land use decisions. A lot of it, obviously, the land use decisions that we've had really come from the state, right? So a lot of it has been mandates from the state in terms of the land use. that have to align with our general plan. So when we provide, you know, a lot of the mandates that they give to us, I mean, we don't get any comments back in regards to that from them, right? It's just kind of providing updates that kind of align with their mandates.
Correct. As long as they see that we met with those specific mandates, it's fine unless it's the ADU mandate law. That one, the state is really looking at it really closely. And we anticipate to bring that later after we receive comments from Cal HDF. We had to do far more research based on their comments. So something like that, like the ADU law would require the state to bring more comments if anything.
Yeah, no, thank you. And then I know that they don't have a standardized format, so we kind of use, thank you for providing a nice kind of template, proposed annual report that is submitted to them. So this is kind of the standardized format that we'll continue to use kind of on an annual basis when we submit the report to them.
Yeah, and I think having the charts, and I've done research with how other cities do it as well, and it's similar to other cities or jurisdictions. And I think the organization of the charts with the goals and the policies is really helpful, not only for obviously the state who's going to review this, but the community who's looking at this, or the council who gets to assess whether those are the actual accomplishments or policies that we've met during 2025.
Yeah, I like them. Yeah, thank you for that. Great job. Thank you. Okay, council, so if there's no other questions or comments, so let's go into comments. Is there any comments? I think we did questions and comments at the same time. So if there's no questions or comments on that, then I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number 633.
Make a motion.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor.
Second.
And a second. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Ariana, and I think you stay up there for the next item, which is resolution number 6334.
Or
do you have?
well, I was gonna, if I could interrupt, through the chair. There was a commenter on the last item. Their hand was raised, but,
Well, there was, but
yeah.
I think it
and
was City of Soledad.
It was, actually, the chamber, Maria Coralejo had her hand raised, and I think we overlooked it, but she just asked if I could read this into the record, if that's appropriate to do. She sent me a text of what she just wanted to say, thanking the council for the support. You know, she was glad that the item passed. Proud that Soledad gets to showcase our local vendors and entertainers, and to host vendors, entertainers, and visitors from the region. So she just asked if I could read that into the record. So I am doing that, and she had to drop off, I think, after the item.
Okay.
So thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, thank you. And
We'll give Ariana a little break.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Council. Originally, this item was going to be presented by our management analyst, Kimberly, but she had to leave earlier today, so I will do the presentation on her behalf, but this is her work. So the housing element, as council is probably familiar with it, we do this every year, similar as the general plan. We need to submit this report to a housing and community development from the state of California by April 1st. And if we are not able to do that, there are consequences such as not being eligible for some grants. I know that the state is now enforcing also regulations because they want to make sure that we are incentivizing production. So it just puts us in a predicament, and we try to submit all the time before April 1st. The three primary purposes for the housing element annual progress report is so that we can report and evaluate our housing development activity, also to see the progress that we're making towards the goals, policies, and programs that we listed in our housing element, which now We have our newly adopted housing elements, so we're finally making progress on this new document. And this is also how we track our progress towards meeting our regional housing needs allocation number, which is a big number this time. So we are in cycle 6. A little bit of context, if you may remember or probably know, because it was last year during the 5th cycle, the city didn't meet the number for low and very low. So even though the amount doesn't directly transfers to the next cycle, it is taken into account, so we get assigned a big number. We did not meet our low and very low for the 5th cycle, so now that's why we see a big number under very low and low. We also have a big number for moderate, but those are easier to produce. I think the biggest stretch and the hardest units to come through are where developers need more of our support is, or the city gets more involved to make sure that we involve nonprofit developers, is very low and low income. So this year in 2025, it's not enough. We have some numbers. We have seen more numbers in previous years because some large projects were completed. But for 2025, we completed 1 very low unit, 2 low income units, 2 moderate income units, and 70 units above moderate. This includes ADUs. That's why we see that big number, because ADUs, since they're not restricted for the purpose of this report, we're not able to put them under a different category. So it goes under above moderate. So in total this year, we produced for that report 75 units. Our RHNA allocation for cycle number 6 is 724 units. And on the first column on the chart on this slide, we can see the numbers that were allocated by income category. So far in cycle 6, what we have completed from 2023 to 2025 is we have a total of 1 very low income unit, 8 low income units, 20 moderate income units, and 251 above moderate income units. And so far we have completed 280 overall units. This year, we can see that our numbers change slightly, and part of it is because with the housing production, we go in waves. Sometimes we have a big wave of production because projects take a while to be completed. So even though we were used to seeing larger numbers in previous years when we completed Las Viviendas and other larger projects, this in 2025, so that we can still see that we're making progress and that we're gonna see numbers increase in the future, we entitled Parcel B, which is a project that will build 37 single-family small lot homes and 24 affordable multifamily units. The affordable multifamily units will be in the low and very low income categories. Also, 540 Gavilan, even though this project started back in 2024 when the city committed ARPA and the successor agency funding to buy the land, it wasn't until last year that we were able to start working on a request for quotes, and we selected Eden Housing as a nonprofit developer. Eden Housing is proposing to build 143 units in this lot, and those units are gonna be for extremely low to moderate income households. So the affordability range will be for households that make between 50 area median income and 80% of the area median income in our city. So these are projects that are I wanted to put them on this slide because even though I know that we were used to bigger numbers, we can see that the city is making progress toward making sure that in the future we're gonna have the production of those units. Where we did a lot better last year is on our housing programs. In the past, we hadn't reported much progress on our housing programs, but last year we were able to take some funding from the Youth Homeless Demonstration Program. And now this is something HCD started requiring to also report on the programs that we listed on our housing element for this new cycle. And it's table D on the report. But I wanted to highlight some of the programs that were implemented and successful last year. So with the YHDP funding, council authorized us to take on this huge commitment in August. And from August to December, we were able to assist 12 households. It sounds like a small number, but in the period of time that we had to take the funding and to implement Really, we started implementing in September, so it's a reasonable amount of households, and we are still working to try to keep this funding for the next year. It hasn't been decided yet, but the fact that we were able to implement this program last year is giving us a competitive advantage for securing the funding for this new year. With this funding, we provided wraparound services to young families to make sure that they can navigate the barriers to regain their housing stability. As part of also our programs last year, we had already started working on the encampment resolution funding, but last year we were able to resolve the encampment that was at the Salinas Riverbed. We transitioned to an interim site, which was a provisional encampment, and now it's Sendero in 2020. We'll be looking forward to report next year because now we have Sendero, which is the grand opening is fast approaching. But last year we were able to move people, resolve the encampment. We moved it to a provisional encampment, and all of the individuals were able to receive services. In 2025, we were able to house 14 individuals. So that was a big accomplishment under the encampment resolution funding. And another big, I think, also very well received by the public, a big accomplishment is diving into the first-time homebuyer program. We understand that homelessness is a very time-consuming endeavor, but we want to make sure that we are keeping housing for all in the forefront. And we think that a big sector of our community has also been asking for a first-time homebuyer program. Council has had that as a priority as well. And last year, Council allocated $300,000 from CDBG funding program income. So these are the loans that we provide for our businesses. We have some interest attached to those loans, and the interest that is gained from those loans becomes program income. So Council allocated $300,000 of that program income to the first-time homebuyer program. We also adopted guidelines for the first-time homebuyer program, and we submitted a request for funding for the home APR program for $500,000, $500,000. We haven't received the official answer from home APR, but we hope that it's a positive one. And we are really trying to implement this program in 2026, given that we already have the guidelines. But the work really started last year, and we're looking forward to increasing ownership opportunities and to support our middle income households. So a summary of the housing programs for 2025. So we're making progress to our RHNA goals. Major affordable housing projects are underway. We continue to focus on affordable housing production, and new funds are underway. We're always seeking new funding opportunities. We have received from our major the seats on some boards. We are always getting pointed in the right direction to apply for grants. Our city manager is also always looking for grants, and we're always happy to give it a try and make sure that we are securing as much funding as possible for housing, because we know that the need is greater than what we can provide at this time. And with that, if you have any comments or questions, I'm happy to take those.
Thank you. Thank you, Beatriz. So let me take it out. Let me see if there's anyone from the public that has any comments or questions. So anyone that is joining us via Zoom. And seeing none, then let me bring it back to the council, and let me start with Councilwoman Bañuelos. I'll start on this.
Comment, thank you so much for the slide, and then no questions for me.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so also thank you. And I think always a thank you to staff. We're very grateful for all the work that you do for us here. I just wanted to give a reminder, I think, for the council and for the public, that when we're talking about hitting our RHNA numbers, it doesn't mean that we need to hit a certain amount every year. It's like a total that we do, hopefully by the end of that, I believe it's 7 or 8 years. 6 or
8 years.
8.
8 years, okay. I wanted to make the 6-7 joke. I didn't, but I mentioned it. So but I do want to say that if we have 700, sometimes it means we'll have 0 1 year, and then we'll have 200. We might have 400 back to 0. But also that this is something that is more of a goal. And so when this is being looked at, it's looking at the progress that we're making, yes, but also like what we're doing to go forward. And I think we have a lot of really good pipeline projects in place, and it's showing the state that we are committed to building housing. And it does take some time and it is a little bit slow, but we are making progress with our sixth cycle. And again, just because we're not there, or you don't see something pop up really quickly, doesn't mean that we're not striving for that as well. But I'm really excited. I also want to again thank council for approving the CDBG program income to start that first time homebuyer program. I think it's something that I was very passionate about when I kind of first started off on council, and I'm really excited to see that we're going to be able to kick it off very soon. So I wanted to give council a thanks, and obviously staff as well. But that's it. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Cabrera?
Yes, with all this progress, how are we in for the Miramonte? Are we getting closer to start? Do you have any updates on that?
Do you want me to? Okay. Yeah, so, yes, we are waiting for information to, have the subcommittee meeting. The subcommittee asked for some additional clarification on the affordable housing plan. And so we're hoping, we've had to cancel a couple of meetings, but we're hoping that will come fairly soon. We anticipate bringing some different things to council for approval that will help move a development agreement forward. One of the items is, I think I've mentioned this in the past, we're very close to bringing forward the park and landscape plan. There was a lot of things were actually identified in the specific plan, but there was a couple of things that kicked it to the development agreement. And so just to make sure that as we're moving forward, these are the things that we agree on, those pieces are going to start coming to you soon. So maybe in April, we'll have a couple of items that you're going to start to see along with the housing subcommittee on the housing affordability portion.
Okay.
So,
yeah, because it's been 15 years already. 15 years. So that program started when my son was born. So that's how much it's in the weight. So yeah, and the other is wonderful. All this job, all this work, it is very important that we keep our town informed of the things that we do behind the scene, because you guys do a lot of work, and in our case, we just come and read all the work that you guys did and present it to that town. But we have to make an effort to bring more housing. We don't have. Sometimes our residents don't realize that we don't have any more space to grow. We don't have much land. You can look around and say, that's it. Unless we get another annexation, but that means what, 20 more years of wait? That is gonna be, I mean, for me, it's just taking too long. And I'm starting to wonder if I ever gonna see it happening. But I think that we deserve, our town deserves it. A lot of people are waiting for that, and if not, they're gonna move out. They're gonna go somewhere else where they can afford it. So thank you so much for the work.
thank you.
Well, thank you for all the information here. We don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just want to make a comment on the Miramonte because I think we're still not, I mean, and I just want to say on the subcommittee, it's not, we don't keep canceling the meetings, but even within what the LAFCO approval process isn't even completed because we still don't have the full completion. There's still the ag mitigation that hasn't been fully completed. So, I mean, I know it's been a long time, but the project is very complicated and is still not fully completed through LAFCO. So it was a pretty massive project that obviously had a lot of complexities and obviously probably, you know, anyways, I'll leave it at that. But so I just want to say thank you, Beatriz, for putting this together. And, you know, I'll go back to saying that I was really critical of the 5th cycle of RENA because we did not meet those low income numbers. And obviously we know that housing has been really critical for our residents of Soledad. And it's not just building housing because we have built housing. We have been building housing for the last several years, but we just haven't been building a diversification. We haven't built a diverse housing stock. We had been building a lot of single family homes. And so we built a lot of moderate and above moderate. We just didn't meet those very low income and low income units that our residents needed. So I'm glad to see that on the 6th cycle, although, well, I'm not glad to see that there's only one because, you know, there's only one, but I am glad to see that there's a pipeline that we have the potential that within that 6th cycle, that 8-year cycle that we will meet. We do have the potential with some of the units that we have coming before us to be able to meet some of those very low and low income units that we haven't been able to meet within the last, you know, 15 years, right? So I'm excited to be able to see that we're finally going to fulfill those numbers with the projects that we have in the pipeline. And I also want to say that at least the numbers that we get within the RENA numbers, those are just, you know, they're not numbers that we want to say, hey, we hit that target and we're done. Obviously, the need's a lot more than the 280. So, you know, we shouldn't be satisfied to say, hey, we met the 280 and we're done. It's really the need for our residents is a lot more than that. So it's really striving to meet that and then some, right? To be able to ensure that we have the housing that our residents need for that. I'm excited, but not with the 41 ADUs because we really can't count those, right? I mean, we're building those and I see that there's a lot more of those, but it's hopefully having the state see if at some point they're able to give us some credit for those that are different than how they're being credited right now.
Yes, and that's ADUs are complicated because we understand that for our community, the final product will become affordable by design because it's a smaller unit, so people are able to afford it. But we don't get credit for that in our RENA numbers. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe some advocacy around that to make sure that we can get credit for those because I know that we're seeing an increase in those. So I just have a question in terms of being able to ensure that we, you know, I'm excited. I mean, I know we have a lot of projects in the pipeline, so I just want to say thank you. And I think for me, I just, you know, I'm really excited about the Sendero project. And, you know, for me, that was a long time coming and being able to ensure that, you know, we had the encampment resolution funding and that was several years in the making and that's finally coming to fruition. And for me, I mean, that was something that I think I was really proud of to be able to push forward and making sure that that was supported as well by the councils, you know, this council and the council before this council. But now that it's here, I think, you know, we're a real good example of what a small community can do when we do have the funding, right? And that we can make it happen. So it's just continuing to ensure that there's funding from the state as well to make sure that we can continue to provide that housing that's necessary. So thank you guys for that hard work. And then I do want to ask if there's a possibility that we can get like a 1-page of all of our housing projects that are coming on the pipeline that have where we have the housing, the potential name of the site, the address and the type of housing. I did send it to Megan and I know I got an example of what Marina has. And that way it's a 1-page where we can put it on our website and we can have it and it's an easy kind of just, you know, a handout that we can give also to our residents.
So maybe I was confused at what we're asking, but yes, we can. I was actually requested by a economic development developer to put our pipeline projects on a map. So we were gonna work on that, because we're going to, the retail, the ICSC, I always forget the initials, in Monterey that will help us recruit, retail. And so we were working on that. I thought maybe that was a list of existing affordable housing providers, but maybe I misunderstood the request. But we are working on the pipeline, and then we will work on the existing affordable housing list so people know where to call if they're looking for units.
And we had that, Megan, we had something when we had one of our public works directors in the past. So what he had, and it was I think it was on a Google kind of template where you can go and you can click, because I know we had it before and we had it and it had like, this was, haciendas or whatever it was, and it gave you the amount of units, right? Do you remember that?
Yes, yes. And to answer that question, we're working on an interactive map with GIS that actually our intern Alejandro helped us create. And we haven't put it out live yet because there's a few glitches with the data on it. But we do have an interactive map where anyone can come in and search within Soledad and search on the zoning district, which for developers, whether it's for economic development or housing, it's very important to start off with what the zoning is on that property, but also highlighting what the infill sites are located or opportunity sites are available within Soledad so that they can have all the information, whether it's in a flood zone, whether it's a commercial already, or do they need to plan to propose an amendment for that zoning in order for a development to happen, things like that. So it'll start there for some developers. And once they have that information, they reach out to staff to consult and move forward with the project. But at this time, we have a draft link that is not able to go live due to some data errors that we keep seeing. But once it's live, we can share it with council.
Yeah, and then I think in the short term, we could do the little map, so we have it ready for our ICSC, and we'll share it with the council, so you can visualize where those pipeline projects.
Yeah. Thanks. And this gives you like the number of units and the bedroom type and stuff. So I think this is also helpful for us to be able to know how many units we have in terms of affordable, and then how many of them, what kind of bedroom size they are per unit, and how
Okay.
many affordable units we have.
Okay, yeah, I can take a look at that one too.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Beatriz, and thank you, Ariana, to both of you. Okay, so with that, then if there's no additional comments or questions, then I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number 6334.
Motion to approve 6334.
Okay, second. So
Second.
I did a second.
Okay.
So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we have our last item of business. So that's resolution number 6335, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving the state legislative platform for 2026-27. And I thought I had seen Spencer that was with us, but I think he's gone. Or is he here?
He might, I think.
Oh, he is here. He's here.
And I should probably give a little update, and then maybe.
He's raising his hand. So he's there.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so is he, Spencer, do you want to unmute? Or do
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I don't know, Spencer, maybe I could give a quick little summary, and then you could go into some of the details if that's okay with you.
Sounds great.
So I think council recalls that in late 2024, a legislative subcommittee was formed. We have been looking at having a platform since 2017, but we did have a platform in 2017, but it's been a little spotty. And I think once we formed the legislative subcommittee, we now are kind of in a regular, we have a regular system in place for the subcommittee to work with Spencer. We meet, I think sometimes once a month, sometimes not. But we have begun, we've been working with Spencer to develop the legislative platform for 2025, 2026. Or I'm sorry, 2026, 2027. The first one that we adopted kind of with the legislative subcommittee was in 2025, 2026. That legislative platform, which was adopted last year, was the starting point for reviewing the legislative platform. And based on some of the recommendations of the two members on the subcommittee, who are Councilmember Cabrera and Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez, there were a few things that were added that are highlighted in yellow on the paper you have on the dais. Unfortunately, when we posted the agenda, that due to a technical glitch, the highlight fell off. So the yellow are some of the modifications. It's largely close to the same platform we had. The updated platform, it reflects the city's ongoing advocacy priorities and provides clear policy direction to guide the position on both current and emerging state legislative issues that could directly or indirectly impact our operations, services, and long-term interests. So that's the purpose of having a legislative platform. It is broad because sometimes things come up very quickly and we need the opportunity to respond. We can't wait for a council meeting, hence why we do have a legislative platform. And then Townsend has been very great partner, and they help produce the letters that we need to respond to our advocacy. And with that, I will turn it over to Spencer to talk a little bit about the legislative platform itself and some of the emerging legislative issues in the upcoming session. So thank you, Spencer.
Thank you, Megan. And again, thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me this evening. Before you, as Megan has mentioned, is an updated version of the legislative platform with revisions and input from the Legislative Standing Committee led by Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez and Councilmember Cabrera. This is again largely based on the platform adopted last year, and the revisions are based on legislative activity in 2025 and what we expect to see this year. As mentioned in the staff report, the committee meets on a regular basis and will consider positions on the legislation impacting the city and residents. And of course, meets on a as-needed basis, providing flexibility to take action on legislation. As for the specific revisions to the platform, the entirety of the governance and transparency section was added. This stems from a lot of activity around the Brown Act. We want to make sure that the city has the flexibility to meet, but also provide transparency on meetings and posted information as well. The term land use and related provisions were added to the section pertaining to housing and affordable housing. Regularly in Sacramento, there are bills introduced impacting local government's ability to control and make decisions on land use authority. I want to make sure that we're on top of those as well and can respond accordingly. A provision was added to the fiscal sustainability and economic development section related to workforce development. Provision was added to climate resiliency related to reliable, clean, affordable, and renewable energy, and the entire section was appropriately renamed Climate Resiliency and Natural Resources and Energy. And finally, several provisions were added to the diversity, equity, and inclusion section of the platform in response to emerging legislation regarding immigration enforcement activities and to continue to support services for LGBTQ+ residents to create a more inclusive community. Again, these were guided by recent legislative activity, the priorities of the city, and input from members of the committee. The base platform last year was developed from input from the council, the committee, and also city department heads as well. With these revisions, the platform isn't just a tool for taking action on legislation, but is a public statement of the city's legislative platforms used to inform the state legislature of impacts to the city by legislation in Sacramento. This is most useful when conveying the city's position to legislators and their staff that aren't as familiar with Soledad, the city has a great relationship with your legislative delegation, but when we go beyond to convey the city's position, this is a very helpful tool to point to. Greatly appreciate the work of the standing committee, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you, Spencer. Let me take it out to the public first to see if there's any comments from those that are joining us. So any questions from those that are joining us from the public? Okay, so seeing none, then I will bring it to the council. Let me start with Councilmember Caldera to see if there's any questions.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, so Mayor, Councilmember Cabrera.
Soon. Yes, no, I was in the meeting and we went over everything. Yeah, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No, not soon. Mayor Pro Tem.
We have November.
Yeah, so again, council member Cabrera and I met to discuss these with Spencer, with Megan, to have some additions. And I think for me, adding the information about LGBTQ residents is timely. I think there's been a lot of, I guess, at least federal legislation kind of pulling back a lot of the protections for the LGBTQ plus community, but also wanting to highlight that we need resources in our rural communities for LGBTQ plus folks, especially access to adequate healthcare. And I know that last year I had attended from the LGBT Legislative Caucus, had attended a rural communities conversation that was held by some folks up in Sacramento. They went to different rural cities, including ours. Well, not our city, but our area. So they're in Salinas at Arnold College. And I spoke about some of the issues that, pertain to the folks around here, especially access to adequate healthcare for reproductive healthcare, and also for folks struggling with drug addiction and mental health. And I'm waiting to see what is going to come out of that conversation. I know it's been a year, but it's something that I think is timely again, and something that affects our residents as well. But yeah, so that was one of the items that we added. I think governance and transparency is super important. We want to make sure that folks have access to our meetings, but we also want to be able to kind of mitigate when we have issues. I know we haven't had them. I hope I'm not jinxing us, any Zoom bombings, since COVID, but being able to still have some sort of control of how to kind of navigate those items as well. And then finally, because we are in a rural community, I really appreciate that Councilmember Cabrera wanted to add items about workforce, strong workforce, STEM and stuff like that too. I mean, as an educator myself, I recognize that that is important, and it is something that we want to focus here. So we are bringing these higher wage jobs to our area so that folks can stay here in Monterey County. But yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Spencer, for staying with us. And no questions or comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Spencer, and thank you for the work that's done in order to be able to support the legislation efforts. Obviously, this is really critical for us, so I'm happy to be able to have supported this. So I think for me, it's really important. So I do have a question though, and I think I want to make sure that there is a change, a modification that I like to recommend for one of the sections, because on the general infrastructure one, under the general infrastructure, on item 3, on the advocate for resources and engage key stakeholders, in an effort to bring a train station to Soledad. Being on the rail committee, I know at least for the time being, that is something that is not, at least for the near future, is not something that's going to be feasible for Soledad. I know the funding is not available. And at least from sitting on the rail committee, I know that the focus right now has been in the King City platform and also on the Pajaro train station and the Salinas train station. So the leg for Soledad is not gonna happen within at least the next 10 years or more. And the funding is really concentrated there. So I think for me, it's making sure that, next year when we revisit that, I think we can revisit where we're at with some of the funding that's coming down through CalSTA or at the Department of Transportation. But for right now, it doesn't look like that funding is realistically anywhere near coming to us. Or that we're even positioned to be able to have a train station.
Understood. Would you like revisions? Would you like that section removed or just can maybe change it to monitor
Yeah, I think
legislative activity or funding?
monitor, yeah, I think monitor efforts. I think we can leave it, but just revise it. Because I think the stakeholders are there, but just monitor efforts for the time being, because it's not gonna happen.
Understood. That would then I would recommend changing that instead of advocate for resources and engage key stakeholders in an effort to bring a train station to Soledad, monitor efforts related to funding and operations of a train station in Soledad, something to that effect.
Yeah, thank you. And I think for me, just some of the comments, I think, obviously it's a pretty robust, legislative platform. I think for me, just one of the comments and, I just want to make sure that I just note some of my comments for this coming year. Obviously, our focus, there's a lot, as well as we have a real robust strategic goals. We have 10 strategic goals also that we're looking at as part of the council. But really having a really focus, I think, in terms of our legislative platform is really looking at housing. That's going to be really important for us as we just went through 2 of our housing documents and making sure that we're really advocating for completion of those housing projects that we have to make sure that we're moving those projects forward and that we're supporting and advocating for funding to be able to ensure that those projects are completed in terms of the RENA numbers that we have, in terms of the homeless and the half dollars, that we're really advocating for those half dollars so we can continue to ensure that our encampment funding continues, so that way that we can continue to support the Sendero project that we have, the initiative, and then also on the infrastructure for water and wastewater. I think that's something that as a council, we really need to make sure that we focus on, because we have facilities that are aging and we want to make sure that we have funding that's sufficient to ensure that we can absorb some of those costs and that we don't have to increase the rates for our residents to absorb some of those costs, as those infrastructure needs are only going to get worse as we're going to deal with some of those infrastructure concerns as we move forward. So I think we have to be looking at prioritizing some of those legislative, some of that legislation, as well as public safety. I think that's really important for us as well, as we're dealing right now with obviously our fire department right now, but public safety dollars, I think anywhere that we can find some of those public safety dollars is going to be important. And on the federal side, I know it's not so much here, but on the federal side, obviously on the immigration front. I know one of the items discussions that we heard from our representatives on the federal side is they're not going to be taking up a lot of legislation. Obviously, immigration is still going to be an issue, but really looking at any type of money that we can get for projects. And as you know, obviously, we've been working on, or you and Megan have been working on a lot of those projects to submit for those dollars to be able to see if there's opportunities for us to make sure that we have some of those projects that the city can get funding for. I think that's going to be some of the focus for this coming year. And then my last comment is on the, I had submitted a sample for the city of Salinas to be able to use a template. If we can use that template that we can develop, or we can put our legislative platform that utilizing the city of Salinas template, I think that would be a really nice format to be able to utilize, so we can hand that template out to our residents. And also as we're going meeting with our legislators, that would be a really nice formal template to be able to use. Those are my recommendations, and thank you for all the work on this.
Thank you, Mayor. I will just say on the federal immigration piece, I know that this is a state legislative platform, but as we saw last year and as we're seeing this year, the state will of course respond. And I think that the city is well positioned to respond and support state efforts contrary to federal immigration action. And then on the template from the city of Salinas, yes, happy to work with your team on making this document a little bit more public facing as well.
Through the chair, Spencer, we heard on the 25th when we went to visit the Capitol that the governor is allocating some money for defending people that get arrested, and those monies are gonna go through the Catholic charities, and they encourage us to contact them and to see how we can partner with them and use the money to defend anybody that had been arrested or that have problems. And we also know that the consulate, the Mexican consulate, had some have allocated some money and efforts to defend people that get arrested, and so that we can maybe communicate and get in touch with that portion and see if we can what is the best way to channel that effort.
Through the chair, one thing I was gonna try to get going in the next couple of weeks is a meeting with the immigration ad hoc committee, and maybe that's what we can focus on.
Sounds good.
If you two gentlemen are open to that.
Yes.
So,
Yes, definitely.
thank you.
Okay, no, thank you, Spencer. So with that, no additional comments or questions? Okay, so with that, then we will enter.
I'm sorry, through the chair. I did notice a typo. It's the 2026-2027 platform. It's on the paper. It says 2025. So that would be a modification we would make. And I guess we would make that amendment to the train as Spencer described. I'm sorry, my brain is mush today.
Yeah, and it would be
Okay.
on the rest of these too, Megan.
Yeah, and then
On the
the
26,
last question I have is, did the council want to just note on our platform that our priorities are housing, homelessness, infrastructure, a focus on water and wastewater, public safety and economic development? Was that a note we wanted to make, or is it reflected enough in the platform itself?
I think that we should make that distinction, but I would also want to include diversity, equity, inclusion.
What was the
I would-
question?
I was, in addition to the platform, did we want to just note our priorities were housing and homelessness, infrastructure related to water and wastewater, public safety, economic development. And I think, just to capture what the mayor said, and then, Mayor Pro Tem added diversity and inclusion.
And should we wait for the second round of the budget, state budget? Because I know they're gonna do massive cuts, particularly in housing. We got update in housing, human services, and other areas that will be suffering a lot,
Oh.
lost.
They're gonna do, I mean, before they do the massive cuts, I think it's important for us to be able to advocate, right? I think that's why we have our platform, because we want to make sure that that becomes a priority. So I think what I would recommend is part of what we have, the layout of our legislative platform, that all of the, that in the portions here, we can have a prioritization, the way you guys have it laid out, that there could be the prioritization of those different elements with the inclusion of that. So it could be on the front where those are prioritized based on what we know we need as a city. That's my recommendation with the inclusion of Mayor Pro Tem's diversity and inclusion.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Equity and inclusion, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
With a clarification, Madam Mayor, if you want to, if you can elaborate earlier, you mentioned about the train station. You say you were part of the committee and there's no funding?
I'm part of the rail committee for
Okay.
TAMSI, and yeah, we were told, there is no funding for the Soledad train station, so there is no funding as part of the transportation dollars until, like, I think it's 20-some years right now. The concentration of the money is going to the King City, the Pajaro train station, and Salinas.
Okay.
Through the chair, and there's, when I was there was no plan, passing 2032, not even for Highway 1. So it is very interesting that we don't have any plans for that development.
Yeah. Yeah, which is exciting if they get from Salinas to Gilroy and beyond, right? Because that's really.
I
what
think
it's needed
that
by.
is
Yeah.
that Caltrans. They want to extend the one that gets to Gilroy all the way to the peninsula and areas in Salinas.
Yeah, but before we get into that, so can we go back to, so I think just for me, it's really important to be able to focus. I mean, the legislative platform is really important. So I think when everything that you guys put together is really important, but I think also to be able to put together under the purpose of the legislative platform, the City of Soledad legislative priorities under that category, to be able to put a little section of what we want to prioritize, like, you know, what Megan read and what I had commented, to put that section in there so we know that those will be the priorities for us in terms of for, you know, any kind of legislation that's coming, that we really want to prioritize that, because we want to move on that quickly to make sure that we're writing letters of support, that we're really meeting with our legislators when it comes to housing, to infrastructure, to public safety, to any legislation
Through
that's
the
around that.
chair- Yeah, through the chair, but respectfully, I think that if we focus in your suggestions, then undermines what we do. Because you're requiring that to be specifically what we focus on. So I think that in a sense undermines what we went through, our meeting. So now at the end is just focusing this, what I said, and I think is not fair.
Well,
Uh,
yeah,
se-
I have information.
Let me finish.
Oh, you sounded finished,
Because,
sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, when are we gonna submit this document? Oh, it's just planning for next year.
It's for this year.
Spencer? Hello, Spencer?
It's what's before you this evening is for the city to adopt for the coming legislative year. Yes, 26 to 27.
For 26, 27, right? So that might change with the budget, right? Because if there's no budget for some, like for instance, for housing, there's literally nothing that we can do. So we're gonna focus all our efforts in things that we're not be able to get anything from. It's like same thing with a train. Why are we putting it as something a priority when we know that there's not money there?
Through the chair, I think, I think just to make sure I'm hearing everyone correctly, I don't think the priority would be the train. I think.
I just put it like.
Oh, yeah, but what I'm hearing is this would be our legislative platform.
Mhm.
So that doesn't change. But we would be in terms of cuts to funding or cuts to programs or changes to programs, we would be not prioritizing, but maybe more proactive on cuts to like housing and homelessness, funding availability for water and wastewater, public safety, economic development, and diversity and equity and inclusion. Not that we would ignore, this is still our platform and we would still respond, but there would be maybe a little bit a deeper advocacy on these points. Not that the rest of it we wouldn't move forward. And I think it's broad enough, to your point, that if there's different legislation that happens, we still are going to respond because it'll be in the legislative platform. If housing money is cut, we just know the standing committee would know, like, okay, housing is really important. We need to be proactive on housing cuts because we depend on that for what we're trying to do in our strategic plan, really. These are aligned with our strategic plan. The kind of advocacy here is it's not unaligned with what you as a council have already prioritized these items in the strategic plan. So I don't think we're moving away from what you've already established, if that makes sense. But
Not right now, but it will.
yeah,
eventually.
but the legislative platform doesn't, is as you recommended it with that small change to the rail,
Mhm.
is what I understand.
Yeah, so, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I hear your sentiments. I don't feel undermined. I think we're tasked as the legislative committee to bring back suggestions and recommendations just for any other kind of committee that we have here in the city. Be it like the Affordable Housing Committee, for example, our Miramonte Committee that we as committee members did in council. Just FYI, I know that we've had some conversation on the dais about what we're discussing, what we're meeting. We've only still met once, and so I wanted to make that clear for council and for the public. But I think for me, the way I understood it is that this whole document is what our platform will be. We're calling out specific things as kind of like almost like in a research paper when it's like an abstract, right? We're like calling out these items, and it's like these are the things that kind of happen more quickly, right? The conversation about housing happens a lot more than maybe the conversation for work for housing, for example. So that's kind of how I am understanding it too. And I hear you on those budget cuts, but I believe I read an article, I think that came out yesterday, that the governor wants to prioritize having funding for like homelessness, for example, for cities that are actually doing stuff, which is us, because we are doing stuff for homelessness. And I have the floor, right?
Yeah.
Correct. So just kind of giving that example, and I know that you're passionate about the train, and I think that's something that I still have the floor. But it's something that I also have always wanted to see here as well. Having those transportation points to different parts of the state is very important. I think I've also been vocal about wanting to increase transportation between South County and the peninsula, and that's in our legislative platform right now on those transportation pieces. So I just want to make sure that I was clear on kind of where my mindset was, because I'm also part of the community.
Through the
Yeah,
chair,
thank you. So,
and if I would like to respond.
okay, so let me,
Yes,
yeah,
just
so-
with a piece of
so
information.
hold on, council member. So I just want to make sure that we're, let me Okay, let me let you respond and then I want to make a comment as well because I want to make sure I address your comment as well. So,
Mhm. So first, I didn't read an article. I read the budget. And the update that they gave us is that the money for the homelessness is gonna be directly to cities that have 300,000 people or more. Nothing for people, cities that have less than that, and only for those cities that already have a program established. That's part of the update. The other thing is that words have a weight in how you say. And if it is a recommendation, you recommend and that this is what you should focus on, that takes something. That is a different approach. Different approach than what other people. Yeah, you might take it in some way, but not everybody thinks like you. So the same way that I might be taking it, somebody in the public might be taking it. So just because you understand it differently, that doesn't mean that everybody else is going to understand it the way that you do. So I do have the right to say how I feel based on the words that I heard. Thank you.
okay, thank you. So let me rephrase what I said because I'm not undermining the work of the legislative committee. I think I want to be clear that I didn't say that the legislative platform that is before us is not valid or is not going to be that I was not recommending that it was going away. What I was trying to convey and recommend was that we keep this, obviously this is important, but under some of what is here, because it is more vague and it gives us a lot more leeway, what we have in terms of what I was trying to recommend based on our goals and based on some of already our strategy and some of the initiatives that we have under housing, under the homeless, under the HAP dollars from the state that we want to make sure that remain, and under our infrastructure with our wastewater and what we need, and under our public safety, that we prioritize those because those are going to be critical for us as a city, right? And then that those become our priority for this year. So when we want to advocate or when we look at the state budget, because there's still deliberations at the state budget, that's still going to be ongoing, that and the legislation, that we make sure that we're advocating for those dollars and that we're advocating for any type of legislation that is supporting those dollars and supporting that. So the budget process is where we want to make sure that we're engaging. The legislative process is where we want to make sure we're engaging, because it's not over until the session's over, until the budget is adopted. And in terms of the money to the homelessness, to the cities, that's a proposed legislation, and that's not a given yet. I mean, that still has to be approved by the legislature, and until that's approved, then that's not a done deal. So we have important work before us, and in these different priority buckets that I think it's important for the city to be able to say for us, right? Because this is our city, and it's looking at what are our needs. So in no way, shape, or form was I undermining the work of what you guys all did. It's just, how do we make it how do we look at the lens a little bit deeper to say, how do we prioritize a little bit deeper under the housing bucket, under the, the homelessness, under the homelessness bucket infrastructure, to prioritize those a little bit heavier during this year. That's what I was saying.
Through the chair, I have a recommendation if council's amenable to this. It sounds like, there's consensus on the legislative platform and really it's more about how this document will look. I think, Ansaldo or Mayor Pro Tem Ansaldo Sanchez talked about it looking kind of like a
Research paper.
yeah, research paper, how you have like a little
Some-
excerpt or some, so, I'm wondering if we could just adopt the legislative platform, but kick the formatting of it to the legislative standing committee to work with staff to make it look and address your concerns and your recommendations. I think there's a way that we can do it through formatting that will achieve what your recommendation is. Would that be acceptable?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, through the chair, that makes sense also in terms of, do we have a copy of the Salinas template?
Yeah.
No, but do we have it here as part of the packet and in front of the council members?
Oh.
I think the
No.
answer is no. So I think that that would be a great idea for, if we're going to reformat this to a different format and so forth and a template, I think that it'd be a great idea to bring that back so that everybody can see that after, we've done that work and so forth. So
The only concern I have is that timing is important for us to adopt a legislative platform today. And I was
okay,
thinking.
well,
it-
what
it's-
I think that you were saying, and I think that I'm not disagreeing with you, is to adopt this legislative platform and then ask
Kick
the,
it to
the
the
subcommittee to massage this into the
Yeah.
way that, but in terms of this will be the substance of, and then we're gonna adorn it with some provisions that will clarify or maybe focus in on issues. We're gonna have a different format, but everybody, including the public, has a right to see what that's going to look like when we've gone through
Yeah.
that motion. But I think adopting the platform for purposes of having it adopted this evening makes sense with the direction that back to the subcommittee to work on these other issues.
Okay.
Okay, with the prioritization or with whatever the format to be able to look at inclusion of some of these highlights, I'll call them highlights.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
Okay.
just need a motion.
I motion to approve 6335
with
Okay,
the-
but
with the amendments and the um
I think,
Is that what you said, the amendments? I thought we were.
No,
planning-
just that one amendment,
Okay.
the one having to do with the.
monitor
uh,
the rail.
The monitor,
rail.
the rail,
Okay.
yes. So the resolution has been slightly modified to indicate that we're gonna approve the platform with the amendment and then send it back to the subcommittee for purposes of
Mhm.
reformatting in the template, the recommended Salinas template, and then highlighting some of the
Recommendation.
the implementation.
Second.
Okay. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Oh,
Okay, that was a good discussion. Okay, so
Thank
we,
you, Spencer.
thank you,
Thank you, Council.
Spencer. Okay, so.
Thank you, Spencer.
Thank you, Spencer. Thank you for telling me.
Sticking with us. So
Okay, so we'll move on to reports. Let me grab mine.
Darlene, is the timer working? Okay.
Okay, Darlene, ready? Need some more water. Okay, thank you, Darlene. Okay, on the 20th, I participated along with some of the other council members at Soledad High School that hosted the Avanza Network, and U.S. Senator Alex Padilla, who came with some of the speakers from MIT, Harvard, Stanford, and UCLA, and UC Berkeley, and with Francis Pinedo, who was a Soledad native and MIT alum, and also the founder and chief operating officer of Metavis Inc. They came to Soledad High School to be able to talk to the students as part of the STEM fields. So it was really exciting to be able to welcome U.S. Senator Padilla here. On the 25th, I was I was on the meeting with the Monterey County Continuum of Care and Monterey County Leadership Coalition. Some of the highlights of the meeting, we discussed performance outcome goals and benchmarks to incorporate into all of the Continuum of Care funded programs. This also was aligned with the funding competition, part of the scoring matrices that was approved by the board. The board also approved the implementation of a compliance letter to be issued to all of the funded programs on behalf of the Continuum of Care. The COC received a 2.5 million grant from the Bezos Family First Award. So congratulations to them. And the grant had no restrictions on immigration status. And there was also discussion on the HAP updates, amendments, and reallocations of HAP 2 and 3 expenditures and HAP youth set aside. Under the HAP youth set aside, there was 181,000. Roxanne from the county talked about the Soledad Transitional Age Youth Project. I made a motion for funds to be allocated to Soledad. Mayor Oglesby seconded the motion, and it was approved. So Soledad was awarded with 181,000. And now Beatriz and Megan are working on finalizing those details. So the city of Soledad was awarded with $181,000. So super excited it was able to have those dollars come to Soledad. And on February 27th, I met with Georgina Mendoza McDowell to discuss a potential project opportunity for Soledad to participate in a case study as part of a violence prevention project. So more details forthcoming. And then I also met with Megan for our one-on-one. And then on the 28th, I attended a parent summit in Salinas for First Five and Early Childhood Advocacy Network. And then on 3/2, which was Read Across America, I was able to read to students at Frank Ledesma, Gavilan, and Jack Franchoni School. So thank you to everybody who read on that day. And then I also attended a TAMSI Rail meeting. And then on that same day, Megan and I met with the acting warden, Cynthia Rojas at CTF, and Kelly Santoro from Salinas Valley State Prison, along with Jose Ortega and Ramon Diaz from, who's also Soledad resident, chief deputy wardens, and discussed opportunities for collaboration, potential connections to the water, we discussed the connection to CDCR and haciendas, and also the potential closure of CTF, which they said that was not recommended by the governor. Okay, so I'll stop there. Okay, so with that, turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, I have minimal updates. I was not able to attend the event when Senator Padilla came because we received the invitation 2 hours before and I was not available. I did meet with Councilmember Cabrera for our legislative platform along with Megan Spencer on, I believe it was February 19th. And I had my one-on-one with Megan yesterday. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
My printer didn't work and I have a lot. So I'm going to send those to you, Darlene. So I'm just going to do some of the highlights. So on February 19th, the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority Board of Directors I am part of, we selected a new general manager who is Cesar Zuniga. He was the assistant general manager, and I want to say thank you, Cesar, for stepping up and also continuing the great work that Patrick did. I did participate along with mayor and council members with the Advanza Network. They actually came to Soledad High School along with this keynote speaker of Senator Alex Padilla, along with, of course, Francis Pinedo, Dion Stutter, and Xavier Velasquez. And they shared their story, and they were very, very receptive with all the students. And I want to say thank you to Superintendent Randy Bangs and Ivan Ibarra, and Supervisor Lopez for helping bringing that together to Soledad High School. And also I actually went to for celebrating the National Nutrition Month, I actually went to the WIC office for the WIC program here in Soledad, presented the proclamation to them just to honor them in providing education, breastfeeding support, healthcare referrals. And that was yesterday. And then today, I actually went to the Soledad High School for the FFA, and I presented the proclamation for National Agriculture Month. And just to honor them because they are continuing to provide education, future farmers, future engineers in dedicating them with the economy and the future leaders of agriculture. And then also I attended along with Councilmember Cabrera, the legislative day at Speaker Robert Rivas's, and it was very informative and getting to hear the assembly members in the aspect of the state issues. And I did attend the Soledad Historical Society meeting. And I wanted to share that March 14th is a grand opening for the History of Soledad for Native Americans. So it's from 12 to 2. So continue to support and preserve our history here in Soledad because we do have families that are part of the Native American. And then so let's see, I wanted to also mention that I did participate in Read Across America at San Vicente School and Gavilan. And I also invited the Horses Carriage Club of America in the Salinas Valley region for a history and car display. And they brought in 1915 Model T cars to San Vicente School. So that was a great highlight with all the kids. So they served 527 students. Another thing too is I want to remind everyone it's daylight savings time this weekend. And I also want to acknowledge, oh, that's my silence, sorry. Okay, never mind. Sorry. But just one more, I just wanted to honor Raymond Riojas. He actually just passed away and I just wanted to honor him because he was my boss at Riojas Market.
Wow.
Councilmember Cabrera.
Okay, so I would like to start with 19. On the 19th, I attended to the legislative committee with Mayor Pro Tem and Spencer. Also, and Megan. And Eric. And on the 19th as well, I attended a meeting with the Rotary. I just wanted to see what the plans are for the future. I heard they have an event coming for Truck and Touch, and I was amazed by that proposition. I mean that event. On the 20th, I attended the Alex Padilla presentation, Senator Alex Padilla presentation with the Avanza organization. That was amazing. Not only hearing the senator, but also some of the members that were incredible as a personal level and professional as well. Later that day, I attended the CADEM convention in San Francisco. That was 20 and 21. And that was really cold. Then on the 25th, I went to the legislative day with the Speaker Rivas team, and it was really interesting to hear from all these representatives and the people that serve. And also, I felt like it went faster than last year, probably because I was paying attention and I did not feel out of place for once. And on the 3rd, I attended the presentation of proclamation with Councilmember Pañuelos for week and read America. Is that how it's called? Read Across America. I read in San Vicente and Gavilan. it was interesting because in San Vicente, I chose a book with the title Frontera, and the story in that book was very, very similar to mine, including the burrito that the guy had. I also had a donkey when I was little. So in the other one, I got the opportunity to read to kindergarten, and the first thing that I got was they were coming in and they were little girls, little boys, and they gave me some flowers. So I took that home, and when I came into the room, I said, "I am Dr. Seuss' brother," and he stole my hat. So from then on, it was beautiful, really
you.
beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene.
Thank
Well,
you.
mine's pretty short. On the 20th, I assisted, I actually attended the Soledad High School Assembly with Senator Alex Padilla and Francis Pinedo with Advan Alabanza. The 28th, I attended the Dennis and Janice Caprara Library ribbon cutting.
Ah,
So
nice.
that was beautiful. We represented, so Soledad. So
Went to the sign.
and that is it for me. Actually, on the 27th, we have a new we had a new addition to the family. My daughter had a little baby. So
Congratulations! Yay!
Congratulations. That's great.
I'm
Okay.
jealous.
So let's move on to our next item of business, city manager's report. Megan, you've been super busy.
Yeah, so apologies that I have been a little bit negligent on my written reports to you. But just a quick reminder that I will be out of the office from March 10th through the 18th. During that time, Fran's gonna be in charge. But when Mike Howard starts, then we'll have a new ACL. So that will be helpful. And then I will be here on, unless I get delayed, but I will be here on March 18th for the council meeting. So I'll see you then. But then I have to turn around and go to the Housing California Conference on the 19th and the 20th. I'll be on a panel discussion. Our Sendero project is being highlighted. And so we'll be talking about how to address homelessness in a rural community. So very pleased about that. And then I did want to remind everyone the Sendero, I'm sorry, Sendero grand opening will be at 12 on Monday the 9th. So I hope you all can attend. We also have the Mexican consulate that will be at the community center for the Council Mobile on the 21st. And on the 26th is the Council Ruta, I think.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
Ruta Consular. Yeah.
Thank you. And then I did also want to let folks know that in terms of staffing, just to let you know that Mike Howard will start on March 30th. And then we hired a new Parks and Recreation Director. Her name is Ana Ambriz, and she comes from the city of Salinas. She was the kind of the equivalent of a deputy director for Rec and Parks. I also just wanted to acknowledge our great recreation team with Sadness, Jessica. Last day will be at the end of the month. But they received an award of excellence. They will be at the conference from the 10th through the 13th, but the award, the California Parks and Recs, commission will be coming to the chambers on the 18th to present the award to our Recreation and Parks Department. So that will be coming up. And then I did want to let folks know that I'm working on some earmark requests. I did talk to Spencer today, and the three earmarks, one is being changed because he felt like public safety was gonna be the strongest one. So there will be Container Village, would be the first one, the community center, and then the one thing that we really need is our police station is really dilapidated and they need some pretty significant rehab to that, including, the offices. So he thought that that would be a strong, submission. So that would help us with some of our facility needs, and take off from the general fund. So I'm gonna work on that earmark because he said that they have a lot of public safety funding and they're also, the earmarks are really geared towards like one-time funding. Obviously, staffing would be my first choice, but that's, not.
So that for who, for Padilla? Or for?
Yeah, for
Sure,
Patia.
Padilla.
Yeah. So, I wanted to let you know that that's going on. And then lastly, we have a lot going on between now and the budget time. We haven't really talked much about the budget. So I would greatly request that we kind of minimize anything outside of what we're trying to complete now. Including the air purifiers and the talk to me technology. If we can kind of limit what gets added, for these next few months until the budget is, adopted. So that will help staff manage, workload for the next few months. So that's it.
Okay, Megan. Okay, so future agenda items.
Nothing, I guess.
I have one, but I'll work on it myself. So, okay, future agenda items. So I'll start with, Councilwoman Venegas.
Megan, if you can give us an update on the Talk to Me technology then. Because I understand that Supervisor Lopez does have that money. It's just a matter of us installing it. Is that correct?
No, I mean, yes, the money is there. It's a little bit more complicated because somehow he got looped into being the cat herder of all the other jurisdictions. So Jessica's working on it. She did get Supervisor Lopez staff gave her the forms and what was going to be ordered. But yeah, that's the update. It's gonna happen because I assigned Jessica to at least before she leaves, place the order. And then as soon as we get them, the installation is the easy part. It's the herding cats and getting them to respond to the information. So that has not been fun.
And then an update on the legacy signs, the location itself. With
So
COP.
I thought we provided it in writing where the location is, but I'm happy to send out a map.
Yes. Okay.
I think so, yeah. I don't remember seeing.
I didn't see that map. I have to look at it.
No, I didn't send the map,
Oh,
but
okay.
I just described where it was, but I'll send you a map.
Okay.
None.
Okay. Councilmember Cabrera?
No.
No, okay. And I do have something, but I think mine is gonna be directed to work. So if I can request to work with our city attorney. And maybe this is something that, so I want to request to work with our city attorney to bring forward a resolution prohibiting the use of city-owned facilities for civil immigration enforcement activities. The city of Marina just approved this resolution last night, as well as the city of Watsonville, city of San Jose, and the county of Santa Clara. There is no impact to our general fund. I do have a sample that we can work off of, so it makes it easier, and then I can get the samples from the other cities just to make it easy, and I can help you with that. And that's it. And so with that, then, if there is no other item of business, I do want to adjourn. In memory of the 6 service members that died in Iran, and our prayers to them and their families and our condolences as well. So with that, I do adjourn